Good evening, councillors, staff and members of the public, and welcome to tonight's meeting of Georges River Council. I will declare the meeting open at 7 p.m. I would like to begin with the acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge the Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of all lands, waters and sky in the Georges River area. I pay my respect to elders past and present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who live, work and meet on these lands. If everyone could please stand for the National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is good by sea. I left the mountain nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's space, let every saint of birds Australia bear. It's our strength and let us sing Australia bear.
Thank you. If you could please remain standing for the opening prayer, which tonight will be led by Pastor Awan Suleiman from the Revival Church.
Amazing, thank you. If you feel comfortable, bow your heads and close your eyes. I'd love to pray for every person in this room. So, dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for our council. We thank you for our council people. We thank you for every person in this room, Lord God. That I pray that the answers that we get out of today will be in unity and in strength for our city, for our nation, God. We thank you that there's unity in this room, Lord God, and we thank you for your love to cover this room. And we thank you for the team that leads us, Lord God, that the next generation can look up to them. We thank you for how good you are to us and for how good you are for our council. So we pray, God, that today we will walk away knowing that we are in unity in you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Suleiman. If we could all please be seated. Next, we have apologies, and there were no apologies for tonight's meeting. We have requests to attend the meeting via audiovisual link. Councillor Punn and Councillor Arthur have requested to join via audiovisual link. Can I have a motion, please, that be accepted? Moved by Councillor Anzalotti and seconded by Councillor Gow. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Notice of live streaming of the council meeting. Staff and public are reminded that this meeting is being recorded for minute-taking purposes and is also being webcast live on council's website. This recording will be made available on council's website. The order of business is as shown in the agenda. Council's Code of Meeting Practice prohibits the electronic recording of meetings without the express permission of council. Next, we have disclosures of interest. We have a special interest disclosure from Councillor Marnie that's been submitted on the Biodiversity and Foreshore Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal and Georges River DCP Amendment number 7. I have declared a non-significant non-pecuniary interest on the same item. And Councillor Maud has also declared a non-significant and non-pecuniary interest on the same item. And Councillor Allison has declared a non-significant non-pecuniary interest on the same item. Councillor Wang has declared a special interest disclosure on the same item, as has Councillor Liu. And all of those disclosures are up on the screen and will be published in the minutes. Councillors, do any other councillors have any other interest to declare? No, we will move to public participation on items on the agenda. There are 30 speakers registered for tonight's meeting. I would remind speakers that speakers have a 3-minute time limit. The first sound you hear indicates you have 1 minute remaining, and at the second sound, please conclude your comments. And as we do have 30 speakers, I will be trying to encourage you to stick to that 3-minute time limit. So I'll call our first speaker, that is Steve Iacano, speaking on CCL 03826, which is the Assets and Infrastructure Item ASS 02426, Gifford Park Sporting and Public Amenity Community Engagement. You just want to press the button on the right, that will turn the microphone on. There you go, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen Iacano, President of Hurst for Glory. The club was at Penshurst Park, where it was displaced after 20 years there. Then we got placed at Riverwood Park. At the time, we had about 35 teams. After a few years, we went down to about 7 or so. So we made a decision then to move back into the area, and that was Gifford Park. The club was found to be a great home ground for its juniors, but working out of the container and with a 45-year-old toilet block, or thereabouts 45, is not appealing to our members. Our existing teams have limited cover to change, male and female, and our junior players. So a new canteen block would be not only beneficial for us, but for the whole community. It would make us feel very much at home. As what is there now is not helping our members and our local, and it's a benefit for the local schools and for the whole community. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Iacano. Our next speaker is Jay Coutinho, speaking on the same item, CCL 03826, ASS 02426, Gifford Park Sporting and Public Amenity Community Engagement. Sorry, that just turned the microphone off. There you go. It didn't turn it off.
Good.
It's good.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors. My name is Jay Coutinho. I'm the chair of Football St George. As Steve said earlier, Hurst for Glory is a club that plays in the Football St George competitions. It was previously located in Penshurst Park. It moved to Riverwood Park when Penshurst Park was redeveloped. As a result of that displacement, they went from having 35 teams to about 7. So they decided to return to their original location, but this time at Gifford Park, which doesn't have any amenities buildings apart from a toilet block, which Steve pointed out is a number of decades old, and a storage container, which is a shipping container. So they're operating out of a ground that doesn't have a significant amount of amenity in circumstances where they previously had some at Penshurst, and when they were at Riverwood, there was some additional amenity. This has left the club in the position of having a lack of a sense of place, if I can put it that way, because there are no permanent modern buildings at that facility. And in order to give them that sense of place, that sense of amenity, this is a very worthy project. I'll make 2 additional points. The first is that in the draft Capital Works program, I know that this project is one of the few GRC Capital Works projects that is focused on the home ground of a football club. Football St George has 12,000 registered members, and it's important that this project proceed to demonstrate the council's commitment to this sport and its significant participant base. And secondly, I'll note that Football St George has 22 member clubs operating in our region. And over time, the council, Georges River Council that is, has quite laudably invested in a number of those clubs, upgrading different grounds. That's been very welcome, but it's important that investment in the sporting infrastructure in this area occurs in a very even-handed way. Otherwise, one of the unintended consequences could be a stratification, if you will, between the relative levels of amenity between the clubs. And Hurstville at this point, I think, is at risk of falling behind. That will have an impact on the attractiveness of the club to footballers. It can compound a sense of stratification. And to counteract that, what the council can do is make sure that its investment in local football clubs begins with those who have least, and in this case, I would say that's Hurstville Glory, and build from the bottom up to make sure there's equality of infrastructure as between your various grassroots community football clubs, which I think is a very important principle in terms of the allocation of the council's very important resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Coutinho. Our next speaker is Paul Prodromaru on CCL 03826 ASS 02726, additional lighting at Hogden Park basketball court.
Good evening, councillors. Thanks for having me here tonight. I'm here to speak on a matter close to the heart. Obviously, additional lighting in Hogben Park. At the moment, with the winter and daylight savings, we have an underutilised facility, which is dark by 5 o'clock. We have many involved in the community who attend to the park to partake in recreation and fitness, from young and old, who are also here tonight, obviously to support a matter that's close to them. We have people as young as 13 years of age up until in their 70s. So we do have a good community there. On an average day, you'll find 20 to 50 people there partaking, playing basketball, enjoying table tennis. There's community groups who partake in picnics and community events. Obviously, extending the life of the park helps improve its utilisation. It'll also help improve the safety through the park. It acts as a corridor and crossway, which many people will cross through the park. So, the fact that it's dark and not lit up does present with safety issues. Obviously, by extending its utilisation, opening up the park to, at a reasonable time, 8, 9 o'clock, we can also encourage a healthy and vibrant community with New South Wales. Obviously, I don't need to talk about the health and the benefits of health and regular exercise. Obviously, the health should speak for itself. We should be prioritising this. But we're here because we want to see this part, which is enjoyed by many, opened up through the winter so that we can actually enjoy it. I work as a professional. I attend regularly, but at the moment it's just difficult because once 5 o'clock hits, which is for many of us, when we cease work, it's pitch black. So we don't get to enjoy the actual park and make use of it as to its full potential during winter months. Thank you. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Prodromaru. Our next speaker is Luka Milanovic, speaking on the same item, CCL 03826 ASS 02726, additional lighting at Hogden Park basketball court.
Good evening, councillors and members of the community. My name is Luka Milanovic. I'm 23 years old, and I'm here tonight to support the installation of lighting. For me, the game of basketball has been a huge part of my life and a huge passion. It keeps me active, but more importantly, it improves my mental health and gives me a positive way to spend my time outside of home and work. But one of the biggest challenges is finding time to play. Many of us work either full-time or studying at university, or even have family commitments during the day. Especially during the winter, by the time we finish work or study, either the sun is setting or it already has. The Hogben courts are the most accessible courts for us, so the majority of us are locals. Unlike other courts, Hogben rims are one of the best in the Sydney area in terms of conditioning and durability. And unfortunately, around this time of year, these courts become practically unusable from 5 p.m. onwards. Lighting is literally the missing piece in making the Hogben basketball courts one of, if not the best basketball courts in Sydney. As someone who's spent years playing basketball, I've seen firsthand how a simple basketball court can bring not just young people, but all generations together and keep them active and connected. Some of my closest friendships were built on the Hogben courts. And in an age where mental health challenges are becoming increasingly common, providing accessible recreational spaces is more important than ever. Lighting would also reduce the risk of injuries on the court, as many of us, especially me, have had some close calls. So rather than leaving the court empty and dark, lighting encourages positive community use and creates a more active and safe public environment. Lastly, the game of basketball is one of the fastest growing sports in Australia at the moment. The demand for court space continues to increase, but opportunities to play are limited when courts can't be used after dark. Installing lights would be a practical and simple improvement that would significantly increase not just the availability, but the popularity of the sport in Australia. For many people, including young people such as myself in the area, Hogman Park is more than just a court. It's a place where friendships are built, skills are developed, and people from different backgrounds and generations can come together through a shared passion of the game of basketball. I respectfully ask the council to support this proposal and invest in lighting for the Hogman basketball courts that would benefit the community for the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Milanovic. Our next speaker is Luke Percy on the same item, CCL 03826, ASS 02726. Additional lighting, Hogman Park basketball court. That's already on, so you can go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, councillors. Thanks, community, for coming. I'm a resident and I live directly across the road from the park, so it takes about 12 seconds to get to the court. Since I've moved here, just as COVID got really serious with the lockdowns, I've absolutely loved the area. It's a really nice community. Everyone's friendly, but the park itself is a real hub, a real community hub. There's multiple really large Nepalese celebrations during the year. Those obviously would extend longer during these even in the summer months. They would obviously, if there's lights there, keep going for longer. There's multiple table tennis players that come and play, use that to court as well. There's a lot of dog walkers because once that school oval got closed down, they've all shifted down there. So there's, heaps of dogs go down there as well. There's other people just use the park, come down with their kids, use the park there. And as for the basketball, there's probably 200 plus people that come and use that court from all different backgrounds, and there's rarely a bad word amongst us. We keep anyone that swears, we cut it straight off because there's a lot of kids around. But it's seriously the best park I've ever seen. I've lived in a lot of places from eastern suburbs to Central Coast, and sometimes you'll see an area like that, beautiful park, doesn't get used. And you go, geez, damn, what a nice court. Shame there's no one there. But this whole park gets used. So I think lights will add for everyone, not just the basketballers. Also safety. When you've got a big park area like that, where people walk through to go to McDonald's or whatnot from shopping, when it's well lit, people that are looking to do bad things don't like those sort of parks. They go to a park that's not well lit. I think that's about all I had to say. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Percy. Our next speaker is Leah Pedimont. It's a written submission on CCL 03826, ASS 02926. That's the budget allocation for place-based strategy implementation for financial year 26-27. Ms. McKinley, if you could please read that submission.
I want to highlight the essential role that parks play in the wellbeing of young families in our community. As a single mother of two, I know firsthand that raising children is not something meant to be done alone. Strong communities are built on shared spaces and places where families can gather, connect and feel supported, whether that's in the middle of the day or at midnight when a cry for help or a neighbour comes to you and your unsettled baby's aid. I have been there, I know the struggle. The Pole Depot Park and St George Park are among those key spaces. The community built up around them are the extended families and lifelines for the people living around them. We are living through a mental health crisis, and for many parents, carers and children, a simple visit to the park is more than recreation. It's a moment of relief, a reset, a chance to get through the day. I, like other young families, will spend sun up until sundown at a park, and our Pole Depot and St George Park are the only green spaces left around our local area. And for the families with no cars, no backyard, young children, and with only a partial playground that only suits toddlers, we are desperate for you to see that St George Park needs to be the preference for the re-establishment so it suits all ages and accessibility and is by far the safest option. I take my hat off to everyone who works towards the planning and building of brighter places for communities far and wide. I know how restrictive the work must be, and being in the middle of so many opinions, compliance issues, sticking to budgets and processes, and then needing to bring it all together is not for the faint-hearted. So kudos to you all, and as a community, we thank you. The last thing I want to do is get in the way or make more of a headache for you all, but there is always a but. I am here to say that I reflect the real voices of the community, which is what you need.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laxman Schrecker on CCL 03826 ASS 02926, which is the budget allocation for place-based strategy implementation for financial year 26-27. The microphone's on, please go ahead.
Good evening, respected councillors, council staff, and my fellow residents. I'm here to speak about the Paul Depot Park today. This park is very important for our community, not only our community, for every people living around there. The main thing is they cannot go because they are working people. They are living on that area. They have kids and they have parents coming there. They do not. Most of them cannot drive, so people are coming there. So the park is so crowded. I think few years ago we make a toilet. Nancy helped us to make a toilet there. We had the same discussion in the council, and then very recently we make a community building in the speakers as well with the same process. So I hope council will help this time as well. I'm very confident council is very cooperative for all our issues. So this park is very important for the people who cannot go to the don't have a car, cannot go to the old park, very close to our community. Those people who working day night are very busy, so they come there and they are using this park. So I don't know why the equipment was removed from the other side of the park. It is very essential for the health, for the people. They can, because it is very accessible, it's close to our place, and then the residents are increasing. A lot of people are coming to this area. People are the people on the path in the front is not safety because the kids go to the road, and then the transport, the number of traffic is increasing because of increasing number of units are coming in our area to accommodate our people. So it's very important to adjust more facility to our area rather than taking it off. So I want the council to listen the community voice. This is not only me, everyone in this. While I talk to my community, they are asking me the same question. We should have more facility instead of taking it off. So I am coming on representing my community to what my community says here. So they want the facility back in our area. So they will enhance our health, our local people health, accessibility, use properly, and then reduce the pressure of the Paul Depot Park in the front if we can use that one. I hope council will help this matter as well. Thank you very much for your giving me this time. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Schrecker. Our next speaker is Raphael Miller on the same item, CCL 03826 ASS 02926, budget allocation for place-based strategy implementation for financial year 26-27.
Thanks, Mayor and councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Penshurst community regarding the place-based budget for next financial year. Now, my wife and I bought our unit next to the Pole Depot in 2018 to start our family. Our soon-to-be-year-old 5-year-old daughter was a regular user of the play equipment on what I call the good side, the quiet side, until it was suddenly fenced off and demolished in December 2025. That was a shock to us. We hadn't asked for it to be torn down. We'd actually been pleading with council for some basic maintenance. And when we look at the broader LGA, we can see millions of dollars being poured into mega playgrounds such as at Oatley Park and at Cars Park, Olds Park and Penshurst Park, but none of these are actually located near where the medium to high density housing of the Penshurst Town Centre is. In fact, Council's own 2021 contributions plan recommends targeting these areas for place-based and community centre upgrades. So I asked the question, why is our community being left behind? Council's current proposal to consolidate and upgrade the playground facing Forest Road rather than reinstating the equipment that was removed on the other side is a profound mistake in my opinion, and there's 3 reasons for this. The first is safety. So you've got roughly 140 children attending the Three Bridges before and after school programs on a daily basis, and more in the holidays. You've got 3 local daycare services, and all of these children cannot use the Forest Road side of the park. Why? Because it fails their safety audit. So one of the reasons there is it's less than 2 metres from the very busy Forest Road. The fence is easily climbable. Anyone who walks through the gate can leave it open. It's the locking mechanism's been broken several times before. And to council's credit, it was fixed when someone actually logged it. There's been few sewerage overflows on the site. So it's just a disaster waiting to happen. There's also noise and air pollution. The Forest Road's a major road artery. The traffic noise from the trucks with their air brakes, emergency services, the modified cars screaming down, it's deafening. There's some children that get really triggered by that, particularly some of the autistic kids that use the park. Not to mention the heavy vehicle particulate matter that just hangs in the air down the bottom of the hill there, and that's going straight into the lungs of developing toddlers, which I think is disgraceful. The third one is there's been a lack of genuine consultation on the matter. So I just would like to say that, we've been pretty crystal clear. We want to see the park expanded, and particularly onto the other side where all those kids can use it on a daily basis. And, the pole depot should be really a jewel in the crown of Penshurst. It could be a very vibrant, creative hub for learning and recreation at all ages, and a place for community connection. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Our next speaker is John Brady, speaking in person on CCL 04026, item ENV 02626, which is the Biodiversity and Foreshore Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal, and Georges River DCP Amendment Number 7, Outcomes of Public Exhibition. The microphone's on, so please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking today in support of the Biodiversity and Foreshore Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal. This council is privileged to encompass parts of the Georges River, which is one of the most significant natural assets in southern Sydney. The rivers and environs support a multitude of flora and fauna and important recreation opportunities for thousands of residents. However, the river remains under constant pressure from urbanisation within its catchment. This planning proposal aims to provide some level of support to assist with environmental degradation. The obvious benefits of the proposal are maintaining tree canopy and natural areas to support the visual beauty of the river and its foreshores. The scenic beauty of the Georges River is one of the defining characteristics of our local area. These landscapes contribute significantly to community well-being, recreation and local identity. There are, however, other less tangible benefits which flow from this proposal. Council must recognise the issues associated with the ongoing management of stormwater, siltation, sewage management and the consequences on water quality and the general health of the river. The Georges Riverkeeper program continues to assess the river's water qualities under ongoing pressure. The planning proposal aims to introduce reasonable requirements for the maintenance of existing vegetation. Every time vegetation is removed and replaced with hard surfaces, more stormwater is directed into our waterways. That stormwater carries sediments and a multitude of pollutants. The cumulative effect is declining water quality and increasing stress on the river's ecosystem. The protections proposed will help protect natural landscapes, which assist in the role of stormwater management. Additionally, sewage overflows within the Georges River catchment continue to occur. Whilst the proposal may have only a minor impact on these sewage overflows, the natural vegetation zones maintained will continue to act as a last barrier to these overflows impacting the river quality. My experience in observing the impacts of overflows is that vegetation slows the progress of resulting pollution, enabling cleanups to occur prior to the full impacts of an overall overflow reaching the river. Protecting the foreshore is therefore not simply about preserving attractive views. It is about managing the ecological functions that keep the river healthy. Restoring damaged ecosystems is difficult and often extremely expensive. This planning proposal recognises that environmental values are not an obstacle to development, but a vital community asset preserving protection. I strongly support this proposal and encourage Council to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Next speaker is Heather Whitson, speaking in person on CCL 04026, EMB 02626, also the Biodiversity and Foreshore Scenic Protection Planning Proposal. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. I'm speaking today in support of the Biodiversity Character and Foreshore Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal, particularly because of its role in our urban tree canopy. If this proposal is not supported, larger blocks on the river foreshore will be subdivided and heavily developed. This will necessitate removal of mature trees and gardens. Trees that have taken decades and more to grow will be removed in hours. They will be replaced by buildings, garages, and concrete paths, hard surfaces. Large trees, which require deep soil for their extensive root systems, cannot survive in shallow planting beds or isolated landscape strips surrounded by hard surfaces, and so saplings, which could become large trees, will not be planted. Once the trees are lost, the environmental, social, and economic benefits will be lost too. And what a tragedy that would be. Why do I say this? Because very mature large canopy trees provide shade that cools homes, streets, and public spaces. We know from research that suburbs with a higher tree canopy experience very much lower temperatures during hot weather. Because as climate change increases the frequency and intensity of heat waves, the tree canopy will become one of the most effective tools available for protecting public health. Because trees improve air quality by filtering pollutants and absorbing carbon dioxide, thereby helping to mitigate climate change. Because from a biodiversity perspective, mature trees are irreplaceable. They provide nesting hollows, shelter, food sources and habitat for birds, possums, microbats, insects. These creatures deserve food and shelter as much as humans do. Because trees provide economic benefits, shaded homes require less cooling. Shaded streets and public spaces are more comfortable and attractive. They encourage outdoor activity and improve mental health. And because the foreshore trees contribute to the distinctive character and great beauty of the area, we have a responsibility to nature and to future generations to maintain it as it is. Also, the Georges River Council has set the tree canopy target of 40% by 2038. We're already at about 20% and decreasing. Given that the Georges River foreshore currently provides a lot of the most important remaining canopy cover in our LGA, how much worse will our canopy percentage be if this proposal about which I now speak is not supported? Madam Mayor and councillors, the decisions which are made today will shape the landscape of the Georges River forever. We must create planning controls that both protect existing trees and provide opportunities for new tree growth. This proposal helps achieve exactly that outcome, and I strongly support its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marie Morgan, speaking on the same item, CCL 04026, EMB 02626, the Biodiversity and Foreshore Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal. Please go ahead.
Good evening. I am Marie Morgan, the Vice President of Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society and a long-term local resident. I speak in favour of the proposal, and following on for the last two speakers, I would firstly like to acknowledge the Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of all lands, water and sky in the Georges River. It's the Bidjigal people who have cared for this place that we call Georges River for generations, and we need to learn from them and continue their care for country. I strongly support the planning proposal. As you have heard, one of the benefits of the proposal is the protection of the tree canopy of the Georges River local government area. Mature trees are an absolutely critical asset that provide shade, reduce urban heat, improve air quality, and contribute to the character of our suburbs. As we know, Sydney is experiencing increasing temperatures and more frequent heat waves. Tree canopy is one of the most effective and cost-efficient ways of reducing the urban heat island effect. Large established trees can lower surrounding temperatures, reduce energy consumption for cooling, and improve the comfort and well-being of residents. Trees also prevent erosion into waterways. Unfortunately, the gradual loss of trees through redevelopment and incremental clearing has reduced canopy over the cover in many parts of the area. While individual tree removal may seem insignificant, the cumulative impact is substantial and often irreversible. Replacement plantings can take decades to provide the same environmental benefits as mature trees. The proposal recognises that trees are an essential infrastructure by protecting areas of high landscape value and ensuring that development better respects existing vegetation. The canopy will be maintained and increased over the long term. The Georges River area is renowned for its leafy character. This character contributes to community identity, quality of life, and property values. Once lost, it cannot easily be recreated. Our trees are some of our most important and valuable assets. The planning proposal provides an important mechanism for ensuring that future growth occurs in a way that retains the green character that residents and visitors value very much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Teresa Cox, speaking on the same item, CCL 04026 EMB 02626, the Biodiversity and Foreshore Scenic Protection Planning Proposal.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I am speaking against this motion, but not because I oppose environmental protections. In fact, my concern is that the proposal does not go far enough. The Foreshore Scenic Protection Area has played an important role in protecting the tree canopy, biodiversity, landscape, character and environmental values that make Georges River such a special place to live. As we face increasing pressures from development, urban heat and biodiversity loss, these protections are becoming more important, not less. I believe Council should be looking at opportunities to expand the green corridor and strengthen landscape protections in areas such as Oakley East, Mortdale and Penshurst, where mature trees and valuable habitats still exist. These areas also contribute significantly to canopy cover, wildlife movement and neighbourhood character. Similarly, I would like to see further consideration given to expanding the Foreshore Scenic Protection Area where environmental and landscape values justify it, rather than weakening or reducing existing protections. Good planning is not simply about accommodating growth, it is about ensuring growth occurs in the right locations while protecting the natural assets that cannot be replaced once they are lost. For these reasons, I cannot support the motion and encourage Council to pursue stronger environmental protections for current and future generations. And in closing, I will turn to the mayoral minute in the leader last week, page 27, second last paragraph, where Mayor Borg writes, I encourage all residents to take an active role in protecting our local environment. Caring for our natural spaces is a shared responsibility, and I thank those in our community who continue to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexandra Fleming, speaking on CCL 04026 EMB 02626, the Biodiversity and Foreshore Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal.
Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, staff. I'm speaking against this motion because I believe that rather than considering where protections can be reduced, Council should be exploring where they can be expanded. As the mother of a daughter who undertook a major HSE project on the importance of the FSPA, I have seen firsthand how deeply the next generation values and understands the role areas such as the FSPA play. Inspired by the late Dr. Sharon Coulis, residents, including my daughter, have worked tirelessly advocating for our natural environment, including countless hours dedicated to the protection of the FSPA. When I think about the FSPA, I don't think about planning maps, house prices, or development opportunity. I think about what the FSPA gives us: cleaner air, cooler suburbs, healthy waterways, habitat for wildlife, and spaces where people can walk, breathe, reflect, and reconnect with the natural world. These areas are essential to our health, mental well-being, and quality of life. You simply can't put a price on this. The FSPA covers just 5% of our LGA, yet it protects some of our most important habitat, tree canopy, and foreshore landscapes. Once these areas are lost, they cannot simply be replaced. The consequences would be profound. According to the biodiversity study commissioned by GRC in 2021, the FSPA supports at least 127 fauna species, including 8 threatened species, and around 460 flora species, including 2 threatened populations. The actual numbers are considerably higher, given that the study did not include migratory birds. In addition to devastating impacts on native flora and fauna, a reduction of protection would compromise water quality in the Georges River, increase urban heat, and gradually erode the natural character that makes our area so unique. In an era of increasing heat and climate change, protecting canopy is not a luxury, it's essential infrastructure. I am conscious that future generations will inherit the consequences of today's decisions. I want them to inherit a Georges River where wildlife continues to thrive, where mature trees are valued, and where future generations can enjoy the same natural environment that we do today. I understand that some residents are concerned about the effects of planning controls on property values, but the purpose of the FSPA was never to maximise development potential. Its purpose was, is, and should continue to be to protect irreplaceable environmental assets that belong not only to current landowners, but the whole community and future generations. For these reasons, I deliberately speak against this motion. I do so because I believe council should be taking stronger action to protect our environment, not considering ways to scale back existing protections.
Our next speaker is Dr. Catherine Reynolds. It's a written submission on CCL 04026, EMB 02626, the Biodiversity and Foreshore Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal. Thank you, Ms. McKinley.
I'm speaking against this motion because I believe Council should be strengthening, not weakening, environmental protections across the LGA. Council's Community Strategic Plan states that residents want a sustainable, healthy environment that is accessible, supporting biodiversity and with clean waterways. Council's Wildlife Protection Policy states that it is committed to maintaining healthy and biodiverse bushland and open space areas. A high priority recommendation of the 2021 biodiversity study was to develop a biodiversity strategy and develop biodiversity controls in the Georges River LEP and DCP. The study found at least 7 endangered Australian native species in the area, as well as other endangered plant and estuarine species, including critically endangered seagrass. Now, 5 years later, it is positive. The planning proposal represents a start and is, on face of things, a means to implement the recommendations of the biodiversity study. But I am concerned that the cart is being put before the horse. The means by which this is being done is not enough to meet the intent of Council's strategic plan. While the plan includes a requirement to encourage the recovery of threatened species and their communities, populations and inhabitants across the habitats across the LGA, Council has not drawn up a biodiversity strategy, and no biodiversity baseline surveys appear to have been carried out. Despite its name, this Biodiversity and Foreshore Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal is a plan to support further development. It is not just a question of where housing should go. What sort of city do we want to leave future generations? Do we want an LGA where wildlife continues to thrive, where tree canopy is valued, and where the natural beauty of the Georges River remains unspoiled? A proposal to allow new development that increases density when no biodiversity baseline surveys appear to have been carried out and no meaningful biodiversity strategy with recommendations that account for such surveys is the equivalent to wandering blind. A biodiversity strategy with meaningful performance indicators set against baseline species surveys must be set in place prior to any reduction in environmental protections. Is it necessary for Council to expand the green web and strengthen landscape protections in areas such as Hurstville Grove, Oatley East, Peakhurst, Mortdale and Penshurst, where mature trees continue to provide habitat, shade, connectivity and neighbourhood character? The Foreshore Scenic Protection Area is another concern. It represents only 5% of the Georges River local government area, yet it contains some of its most significant natural landscapes, mature tree canopy, wildlife habitat and foreshore environments. I would encourage Council to consider expanding the Foreshore Scenic Protection Area where environmental values justify it. As biodiversity declines and urban heat increases, protecting and restoring habitat becomes more urgent with every passing year. Implementing stronger protections does not prevent growth. It simply recognises that some places have natural qualities which are too valuable to risk losing. For these reasons, I cannot support the motion. This value of natural areas is recognised in Council's community strategic plan. States Council will increase the tree canopy bushland and reinstate our biodiversity, including endemic flora and fauna.
Thank you. Next speaker is Suzanne O'Connor, speaking in person on CCL 04026. EMB 02726. That's the Georges River Heritage Study Scoping Report.
My name is Suzanne O'Connor. I live in a heritage house in Kogarah. Now, I'd like to stress the importance of heritage. Heritage is in the preservation of buildings for future generations. For these precious items to be preserved, they must be identified. It is not for us, but those Australians not yet born. For our generation, there is value in that these buildings create interest in local history. They give colour to our lives and character to our suburbs. People are reluctant to have their buildings, their houses heritage listed. The problem for most is that they fear the loss in value of their dwellings because of the imposition of restrictions on modernising. That can be true, but what value does one put on the aesthetics and the history? In past eras, there was a great deal of value placed on decoration and artistry, on beauty. They are a glimpse into our past, our history. Governments, both state and local, have an obligation to protect and preserve our fine old buildings. Our house was built in 1883 as a family home with great care and attention to the design features and decoration. Today, the emphasis seems to be on functionality. When we bought our house 50 years ago, it was destined to be bulldozed and turned into two blocks of red brick walk-up flats. It was saved by Mr. Bill Crabtree, MLA, who was affronted at the thought, and unfortunately for the developer, blocked any further buildings of flats in the area. In place of our lovely home, there would have been hideously ugly walk-up flats. Think of the Queen Victoria building. It was an eyesore for 50 years more. Nobody wanted to touch it. It has now been restored and is a most enormous destination for tourists to our town. And we should look at the heritage in our region in exactly the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Our next speaker is Alicia Payer, speaking on the same item, CCL 04026, EMB 02726, the Georges River Heritage Study Scoping Report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. Almost 30 years ago, I spent nearly 3 years lobbying Kogarah Council with my original research to save Carlton, the home of the grantees, who shared the head of Kogarah Bay with its Indigenous owners since 1839. Despite a National Trust listing, it was demolished. And in that process, a councillor joked whether the bones of King Kogarah, the tribal leader, had been found. As a councillor of the first merged Georges River Council, the first Glenlee development application came before us on my watch, and that council unanimously supported 5 separate resolutions towards Glenlee's protection. One of those was my own notice of motion, NM 060-21, to commit our council to an Aboriginal heritage study. to be undertaken with the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, the appropriate consultative body. And the Land Council told us in its own words that a cultural heritage assessment was required and as soon as possible. It was supported by the speakers that I approached with the motion, being Nathan Moran of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Council, Nolene Timbery of the La Perouse Local Aboriginal Council, the Timbery name being synonymous with 2 centuries of the recorded occupation of Kogarah Bay, and David Burden, Conservation Director of the National Trust. I also honoured my commitment to residents by attending the Land and Environment Court appeal by the applicants for the development of the Glenlea Estate in January 2022 to explain what various consultant reports on their own can never capture. Aboriginal heritage is not only physical objects an archaeologist can dig up. It is sacred places, the landscape itself, and the connection between sites across a whole region, a significance greater than the sum of its parts. That is what a proper study protects, a register cannot. That was 5 years ago, and as the papers show tonight, it has never passed through the budget process by the successive 2 terms of council. At the last Environment and Planning Committee meeting, this council chose to start a thematic history review from the existing budget on that paper, Progress. In truth, it delays the Aboriginal Heritage Study by another year, a study council says will take 2 years and cost $200,000 if it's ever in the budget. Please note, Woollahra Council completed their award-winning study in just 9 months. NM 060-21 was made subjective to identifying funding, including grant programs. Yet in 5 years, I cannot find evidence of this council applying for a single state or federal heritage grant for this study. So I make one practical request. Direct your officers to apply this financial year for the state and federal heritage grants that have sat unclaimed for 5 years and stop delaying. I have waited 30 years to see this council do better than it did with Carlton. Please do not let another generation pass with nothing but a register. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Our next speaker is Mr. Glyn Pullen, speaking on the same item, CCL 04026 and the 02726, Georges River Heritage Studies Scope and Report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors and council staff. My name's Glyn Pullen and I'm speaking on behalf of the Kogarah Historical Society, whose motto is preserving the past for the future. Regarding ENV 02726, the Georges River Heritage and Study Scoping Report from the Environmental and Planning Committee meeting dated the 9th of the 6th, 26. So what is heritage? It includes landscapes, buildings, structures, relics, objects, places and works in our LGA. The current status of the Georges River Council's heritage framework has many gaps in identifying potential heritage items previously overlooked or new items that have gained significant heritage value. The Office of Environment and Planning recommends a review every 8 to 10 years. There has been no review since the integration into the Georges River Local Environment Plan 2021, with no review of the Kogarah Local Government Area since 2010. A previous thematic history for Kogarah Local Government Area was in 1994, with Hurstville in 1988, subsequently updated in 2013. It is timely for a new review. Georges River Council has already committed to a review in October 2023, ENV 03723, including existing heritage items from Kogarah Local Government Area and also from the Merrill Minute 00126 in February this year, to regularly review and update what is heritage, reflecting contemporary community values. The Department of Planning, Heritage and Infrastructure, through the State Heritage Environmentary, indicates the importance of a broader heritage study for inclusion on the Heritage Register. Whilst an interim heritage order protects during assessment, it does not prevent demolition after a valid development consent has been granted using a private certification overriding local planning controls. A notification period of 14 days is reduced to 7 days under the Pattern Book Development Code. So formal identification is necessary to prevent loss. Financial implications indicated allow the funding to be spread across future budgets. This proactive approach by Georges River Council is encouraged. It represents an opportunity to support option 3. Councillors, please take this opportunity to preserve the past for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pillay. Our next speaker is Nikki Parra, speaking in person on CCL 04426. That is the 2026-27 operational plan and the 2025 to 2029 delivery program and updated resourcing strategy.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'm here today to ask for an internal upgrade to the Penshurst Public Amenities Block. While I welcome any investment in Penshurst, I want to put this project into perspective. Penshurst is home to more than 13,000 residents, making it the second most populated suburb in our local government area. It is also a major transport hub with 4 schools and hundreds of students using Penshurst Station every day as an interchange point to connect with buses. Penshurst is also the station of choice for many commuters from the southern suburbs who park their cars in Penshurst to catch the train into the city. The demand on our public facilities is constant. If you sit outside TJ's Cafe on any given day, you'll see a steady stream of people relying on those public toilets: truck drivers, freight and delivery drivers, postal workers, Uber delivery drivers, school students, commuters and local residents. These facilities serve far more than just the immediate shopping strip. They are an essential service for a large and diverse cross-section of our community, and they remain as they were built 65 years ago. A toilet renovation may improve morale in Penshurst, and I welcome that. But if I'm being realistic, I'm not holding my breath that this alone will make a meaningful difference, as we're about to get our 4th barber. 3 vape shops. The town centre is no longer serving the needs of the community the way it should. Decades of underinvestment and neglect have left residents feeling overlooked. And when a town centre declines, recovery is not quick. It takes years of commitment and investment to turn things around. There was a time when an announcement like the toilet renovation would have been met with excitement. The community would have been thrilled that something was finally coming to Penshurst. But that is not what I'm seeing today. The comments and reactions from residents are no longer ones of excitement or optimism. Increasing, they are reactions of defeat and despair. People feel that Penshurst has been forgotten, and when communities move from disappointment to despair, the next stage is often anger. I urge Council to vote in the amenities upgrade, but to also commit to a broader vision for Penshurst. Put Penshurst on the agenda for the 26-29 delivery program. Invest in the town centre and invest in public space. Penshurst deserves more than maintenance. It deserves a plan for recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parra. Our next speaker is Mr. Mark Smith, and that's a written submission on CCL 04626. That is the Cars Park Learn to Swim Pool, potential future enclosure project scope and budget.
This is a statement of support for Council's funding of the proposed full enclosure or the new 20-metre Learn to Swim pool being built as part of the new Cars Park Aquatic Centre. This new complex needs to be operated year-round for it to be a viable, sustainable asset, and constructing a suitable enclosure along with a well-organised Learn to Swim and mini squad program should provide its operators with most of the necessary income for this. From the information presented to date, the design proposed for this site by the state government does not fully address this issue. It is my understanding that there is some flexibility with modifying the surrounding foundations for this pool to accommodate the addition of a future enclosure. I recommend council consider this ideally be constructed from solid panelling of mostly glass and including windows for adequate ventilation. They should also consider placement of a suitable counter or similar for administration, along with adequate seating for parents within this enclosure. Further consideration should be given to access from the main centre entrance to minimise the efforts of the weather in the colder months. Parents would be hesitant to use this new facility if this access was not suitable. My final point I wish to raise is that future funds may also be considered to provide extra protection for the whole complex from the adverse weather the area experiences during the winter months. I'm not sure how much the current design addresses this, but it will need to be substantial. I applaud Council's efforts to date in making the Cars Park Pool Recreation happen and hope that they fulfil the small details which will be necessary for it to be truly a versatile complex that will meet the needs of our local community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bianca Zhang. It is also a written submission. It's on NM03126, Hurstville Purple Flag Accreditation and Special Entertainment Precinct Opportunities.
My name is Bianca Zhang and I am a local business owner operating business on Forest Road in Hurstville. I'm here tonight to support Councillor Liu's motion of NM031-26, Hurstville Purple Flag Accreditation and Special Entertainment Precinct Opportunities. As a business owner, I look at this proposal from a very practical perspective. At the end of the day, local businesses do not survive on good intentions. We survive on customers walking through our door. For people to visit, shop, dine and spend time in Hurstville, they need to feel that our centre is safe, welcoming and vibrant. When our town centre is busy and attractive, everyone benefits. Restaurants benefit, cafes benefit, retailers benefit, service businesses benefit, and ultimately the wider community benefits as well. What I like about this motion is it is not asking council to make a major commitment tonight, nor is it seeking to predetermine any future outcome, but it is asking council to investigate opportunities that could help strengthen Hurstville's position as a safe, vibrant and attractive destination. As business owners, we are constantly competing with other centres across Greater Sydney for customers, visitors and investment. We know that people have choices about where they spend their time and money. If we want Hurstville to remain competitive and continue to grow, we cannot afford to stand still. We need to continue improving our town centre and exploring new opportunities that encourage people to visit, stay longer and return more often. I was particularly encouraged to learn that Purple Flag is not simply about nightlife. It is about creating places that are safe, accessible and welcoming throughout the day and evening. It is about supporting local businesses, community activities, cultural events and a stronger sense of place. Importantly, this motion is evidence-based. It does not ask council to implement a special entertainment precinct. It does not commit council to any specific model. However, it simply asks for further investigation and a report back to councillors so informed decisions can be made based on facts and evidence. As a business owner, I see no downside in exploring opportunities that could bring more visitors, support local businesses, improve safety and strengthen Hurstville's reputation. Hurstville already has many strengths. We have excellent public transport, a diverse and vibrant community, outstanding food and retail offerings, and a strong local economy. This motion is about building on those strengths and ensuring we continue moving forward. As someone who invests in this community every day through my business, I strongly support Councillor Liu's motion and encourage council to do the same.
Thank you, Ms. McKinley. Our next speaker is Mr. Peter Mood. It's a written submission on NM03226, the loss of bus services in the southwest of the Georges River LGA.
I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed changes to bus services in the Peakhurst, Peakhurst Heights, Riverwood, Mortdale, Penshurst and Lugano areas, particularly the removal of the 944 bus route and the restructuring of several existing services. As a long-term public transport user and local resident, I am deeply concerned about the negative impact these changes will have on the community, especially on pensioners, residents of social housing, children, people with disabilities and those who rely on public transport for daily activities. The proposed changes appear to reduce accessibility, increase travel times, create safety concerns and make it more difficult for residents to access employment, education, healthcare, shopping centres and transport hubs. Furthermore, there has been insufficient consultation and limited communication with the community regarding these significant changes. The following points outlines my concerns and explain why I believe these proposals should be reconsidered. Removal of the 944 directly affects the most vulnerable. The 944 bus route is frequently used by pensioners, particularly residents of IRT, children to and from Peakhurst Park, and people residing in social housing. In the last few years, there has been further development with the IRT and an increase in the amount of apartment and social housing complex, with more development underway and planned. There is also plans to develop nearby streets in Riverwood as per their current master plan, with a larger percentage being for social housing. To remove this bus route is a direct attack on the most vulnerable. Safety concerns going to Riverwood, Roselands. Residents from the IRT will need to travel almost 1 kilometre if they wish to travel to Riverwood and Roselands. They will need to cross very busy roads, which cars, unfortunately, drivers often speed along and sometimes turn into burnout zone, particularly near the shops as Park Street. The residents of Park Street have raised their concerns with speeding cars to the police. However, sadly, the police are often under-resourced and are unable to patrol all the time and deter this behaviour. The crossing in Forest Road near Park Street is less than ideal. The west side of the crossing has large power poles at the crossing. These power poles seem to obstruct driver clear vision of the crossing, and thus cars do not slow for pedestrians here. Additionally, once a pensioner walks 1 kilometre to their bus stop, they will have to stand as there are no chair or shelter. Inability to get to Mortdale from Peakhurst IRT. To get to Mortdale from the IRT, the suggested alternatives are to 720 metres to Lorraine Street. This is a very hilly for an elderly person who may not feel comfortable walking past factories, or walk to Boundary Street, which is a considerable distance as well. Poor connections. I live at 3A Park Street and need to get to Central Railway Station by 7:20 a.m. Transport New South Wales website suggests that I should walk 868 metres to Lorraine Street, catch the 6:37 a.m. bus to Mortdale, arriving 6:45, then catch a train 2 minutes later. This does not appear to be a good option. Frequently, the current buses run late during peak hours, and a gap of 2 minutes is not long enough to get to the train safely.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lyndon Mitchell. It's also a written submission on NM 03236, that is the loss of bus services in the southwest of the Georges River LGA.
I'm the president of and speaking for and on behalf of the residents of IRT, Peakhurst Retirement Village Residents Association, Peakhurst, and we are for this motion. By way of explanation, our aged care residents, and there are 202 housed on site, are severely handicapped by the loss of bus service 944, in that our access to medical and other services in the Riverwood Central Business District has been withdrawn. Many of our aged residents rely on Riverwood medical practitioners and Galuzzo's pharmacy, located in both the shopping mall and also on Belmore Road, for their medications, as Galuzzo's do provide a free delivery service within our village. In fact, they are the sole pharmacy offering this free delivery service. Now that bus service 944 is being withdrawn, reasonably priced timely access, that is Seniors Opal card, to the services offered by Riverwood CBD has been lost. There has been no prior warning or opportunity to comment on these changes, and we have received no communication from the Minister for Transport or his department. As we, the aged residents of Peakhurst, are severely disadvantaged by this withdrawal of service, we would ask the meeting vote for the motion. Thank you for the opportunity to put our case before you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Noreen Cummins on NM 03226, same item, loss of bus services in the southwest of the Georges River LGA. It's another written submission.
My name is Noreen Cummins. I am a resident of the IRT residential village in Peakhurst. I have a disability that makes me rely heavily on the public transport system, and I am a volunteer with St George Community. I use the public transport bus, in particular the 944, nearly 5 days a week to get from the IRT village to Mortdale and back. Not just me, several residents of my village also use this bus route. The bus stop is just outside the gate of the village on Forest Road. Now that the 944 is only going to be running from Bankstown to Roselands, I and other residents have to walk up Lorraine Street to the golf course on Roberts Avenue to get the new bus route to Mortdale, or down Stanley Street to Boundary Road to get the 945. This is going to affect us greatly, particularly people with disability mobility issues. There is also a significant walk if we wish to go to Riverwood or Roselands. The 943, which is also being discontinued, will be skipping Penshurst on the way to Hurstville. Before the decision was made to do these changes, no consultation was made with the general public, the voters and taxpayers, and how we think any changes, if any, should be made. It seems these changes are for the Department of Transport benefit and convenience, not the general public. We will be tremendously inconvenienced by these changes, and this needs to be rectified ASAP. Regards, Noreen Cummins.
Thank you. Next is James Chuang. It's a written submission on NM 03426, which is Community Safety Partnerships and Engagement.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I have operated a restaurant in Hurstville for more than 20 years. During that time, I have seen Georges River grow into a vibrant and welcoming place to live, work and do business. I am proud to be part of this community. I rise tonight in strong support of Councillor Liu's motion on community safety partnerships and engagement. A thriving local economy depends on community confidence. People are more likely to spend time in our commercial centres when they feel welcomed and secure. Families are more likely to visit our town centres when they have confidence in the local environment. Businesses are more likely to invest and grow when they know community safety remains a priority. While Georges River is generally a safe community, local businesses do occasionally encounter challenges such as shoplifting, counterfeit currency, and antisocial behaviour. These incidents may not always make headlines, but they can have a real impact on individual businesses and highlight the importance of ongoing cooperation between council, police, and the business community. Many local business owners are connected through WeChat groups where we regularly share information about suspicious activities, counterfeit currency, incidents, thefts, and other safety concerns. Through these networks, we help one another stay alert and better protect our staff, customers, and businesses. Councillor Liu is also a member of these groups and often sees these issues firsthand. On a number of occasions, she has helped coordinate communication between affected businesses and police, ensuring concerns are properly reported and brought to the attention of relevant authorities. More recently, following concerns raised by local businesses, Councillor Liu also helped facilitate engagement with Chinese language television media to highlight issues relating to counterfeit currency, shoplifting and community safety. These experiences demonstrate the value of collaboration and information sharing. That is why I believe this motion is both timely and necessary. Community safety is a shared responsibility. Council cannot do it alone. Police cannot do it alone. Businesses cannot do it alone. Real progress comes when we work together. The proposal to explore a more formalised partnership between Georges River Council and St George Police Area Command is a practical and constructive step forward. It will strengthen communication, improve coordination, and help ensure community concerns are addressed more effectively. As someone who has invested more than 20 years in doing business in Hurstville, I want to see our town centres continue to thrive, and I believe this motion is a positive step in that direction. I respectfully encourage all councillors to support this motion.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dennis Feng, in person on NM 03426, Community Safety Partnerships and Engagement. Microphone's on, so please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Councillors. I am here today representing Dennis, a local business owner operating numerous businesses in the Hurstville area. Unfortunately, he is unable to join us tonight due to business circumstances. I ask for your understanding. I rise in strong support of Councillor Liu's motion on community safety partnerships and engagement. For many residents, issues such as counterfeit currency, shoplifting, and antisocial behavior may seem like isolated incidents. For business owners, however, this is not the case. There are realities we deal with on a regular basis. Every time a counterfeit note is accepted, is a small business that absorbs a loss. Every time goods are stolen, it is a business owner who bears the cost. Every time customers feel unsafe in a shopping center or town center, local businesses suffer. Many small businesses are already operating under significant financial pressure. We cannot continue absorbing these losses alone. What I appreciate about this motion is that it recognizes these concerns and seeks practical solutions. This motion is not about creating unnecessary bureaucracy. It is about strengthening cooperation between council and police. It is about ensuring that local safety concerns are identified early and addressed collaboratively. Importantly, it also seeks to identify state government programs and grant opportunities that may provide additional resources to support community safety initiatives. Prevention is always better than reaction. A safety community benefits everyone. I therefore strongly encourage Council to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Our next speaker is Simon Wu, speaking in person on NM 03626. That is the Comprehensive Management Policy Reform and Phased Replacement of the Triadica sevifera Chinese tallow tree and other toxic weeds.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Councillor. My name is Simon Wu, and I'm living in 46 Bristol Road, Hurstville. I'm here tonight to urge you to support Councillor Ben Wang's motion regarding the management of the Chinese taro tree. For years, I have fought a losing battle against a fast-growing toxic invasive weed that this council insists on protecting. The Chinese taro outside my home seriously left my driveway, cost me near $5,000 in repairs. When council refused to add Camlin, it was a healthy, lovely city tree. I paid $800 for an independent level 5 arborist report that the highly qualified expert proved the tree was irreparably damaging my property, that roof barrier would fail, and clearly warned the council that the tree is poisonous. Instead of listening to an expert, council staff dismissed the poisoning risk as very low, reject my request, and even issue me a formal warning letter instructing me to stop contact them because I report more property and material damage caused by the tree, and express my concern for the public safety and environmental damage via emails last 2 months. But the toxicity of the tree is not low risk. The New South Wales Department of Primary Industry clearly warned that the Chinese taro tree has milky stuff that is toxic to people. The ingression can cause vomiting and sickness. Okay. And many children walking on the footpath to the nearby child care center and to primary school. So we need policy reform now. I urge you to support Councillor Wang's motion to immediately commission an independent toxicology study and risk audit. Furthermore, we must pass an instruction ensure deference to expert evidence, so that when ratepayers support the level 5 arborist report proves irreparable damage, council staff are mandated to add. Please put public safety and environment protection first and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Our next speaker is Jun Jimmy Wu, also in person on NM03626, the Comprehensive Management Policy Reform and Phased Replacement of the Chinese tallow tree and other toxic weeds.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Jimmy. I live in the Hurstville area. I'm speaking tonight to support Councillor Wang's notice of motion because the Chinese tallow tree is not just a nuisance to private homeowners, it is a biosecurity hazard that is actively destroying our public infrastructure and private homes. The aggressive root system of the tallow tree planted on the footpath outside my home has pushed up my front fence and create a massive crack in the brick wall. But the destruction doesn't stop at my private property line. The tree has completely uplifted a large portion of the public road surface and curbside edge in front of my house, creating the hazard for anyone driving or parking on the street. Now, I measured today, the street actually been lifted up 5 centimeters. So the street's on the slope. If you park the car there, you don't need to put the handbrakes on. If you're on neutral, the car just stops there. So that's actually very high. And the curbside been lifted up 7 centimeters. That's about this much. That's, that's cost a lot to repair. Anyway, even worse is what the tree is doing underground. I'm locked into an endless battle to protect my plumbing. I frequently have to dig up and cut back thick roots that creeping into my front yard drainage pipe. Hello? Oh, okay. More alarmingly, these roots have grown directly into the street's stormwater runoff inlet, I have to clear them out myself because if I don't, the route will completely block the street drainage and risk local flooding. I urge you to pass Councillor Wang's motion, specifically the directive for regional advocacy. We need to formally submit our local damage data as a weed assessment to the Greater Sydney Regional Weed Committee, so this tree is universally reclassified. In the meantime, pass the directive to add the Chinese taller tree to our own exempt species list, removing bureaucratic red tape so the ratepayer can finally protect their home. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Our next speaker is Jim Yuan, in person on NM 03626, Comprehensive Management Policy Reform and Phased Replacement of the Chinese tallow tree and other toxic weeds.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Yim, and I live with my elderly mum, who is past 80. Majority of our street with the Chinese tallow tree. We have one in front of our house, and I'm here tonight to encourage you to pass Councillor Wong's motion. The tree's root has cracked the street. The street has damaged the curb, has bent our front brick fence, and have lifted up the walkway, which is a tripping hazard for my mum, who is with her medication, she's a fall hazard. And despite the numbers caused by my concerning neighbors, Jimmy and the other neighbor, Steve, and myself, to council to do something to the tree, council only come and do a trimming along the fence, but the trees continue to growing. It is very big. I've shown some pictures that so apart from that, when the leaf falls, recently we have filled 2.5 bins. My neighbor helped me with his bin, and Jimmy helped me with the other half of his bin. So it's filled 2.5 bins just by the leaf from the street and nature strip alone, not counting the one that in my front yard. And also the branches fall during season of the year, and it almost damaged my car. And we have to go out in the street to pick up the branches as well as sweep the leaves. And also in winter time, when the rain comes, it's a tripping hazard. And there are elderly neighbors who come to visit mum, and it's a good concern for them as well. And also the sap and the leaves, every season when they fall, it kill almost half the front yard's plants. So it's quite acidic. And I strongly support the short-term directive for public awareness in Councillor Wang's motion. Council has a duty of care to immediately install temporary localized warning signage on heavily infested trees like Somerset Street, so residents know about the toxic sap. Furthermore, we desperately need the strategic phase-out program. We need to update the tree master plan to prohibit planting these weeds and implement a canopy replacement program that replaces these dangerous hazards with safe native trees. Please give us our street back and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Carlisle, speaking in person on NM 03726, illegal dumping issues.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors and council officers. I appreciate the time. Back in 2024, in discussion with former Councillor Symington, Councillor Wang and Councillor Luth, it was decided that Beverly Hills has sort of been on the boundary of 2 other council areas, a little bit forgotten, and was sort of run down. and totally separate to the master plan. That's a different issue. But along the railway line in Vanessa Street, there were gardens, and it was decided to upgrade the gardens. Now, those gardens, it was decided under NM 008-24. They were approved as a gateway presentation garden from the 1st of March 24, which I have in writing, with a regular 6-week program for maintenance. So they come in, they stripped out a lot of the trees and planted sparsely, I might add, little plants, which probably intended to grow. But we went through a drought and a lot of them died. And they're not really expensive plants to replant, you know, if you put little grevilleas, etc., which will attract bird life, make it more colourful, more pleasant. Now, because it looks so sparse, rubbish is dumped, become a tip. Then what happens after that? Rubbish attracts more rubbish, so it gets worse. The flow-on effect was the council never removed that rubbish. And then, so this is back in June last year. Now it was only 2 or 3 months ago, the council finally come out and put tape around that garden, around the rubbish. But they never come back to collect it. Now, my request would be, could we get the rubbish collected there and in the Crescent, because it's a tree preservation area there. Can we replant the gardens, and can we get some regular litter patrols come along under this 6-week maintenance program that was discussed? We also have shipping containers now. This is how the extent of the rubbish being dumped. One of them is in the middle of the road, is right on the roadway. 2 are taking parking spaces up. A shipping container painted the same colour as the road is quite a traffic hazard. And council staff were a little bit concerned about the cost to remove. I would like to also suggest on that basis, there are companies that might be interested in purchasing those off the council, like Wolf, who specialise in buying and selling containers. And as far as cost to remove, a lot of these container truck operators and tilt train operators are operating around about $100 to $140 an hour. You can get 2 containers, they're only 20 foot, on a trailer. So it may not be as expensive as what you think, and you might be able to sell them or put them out to tender. And I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Our last speaker for tonight is Anastasia Simos, speaking in person on NM 03826, Traffic Concerns Ferry Avenue, Beverley Park.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Anastasia Simos. My husband Emmanuel and I are long-standing residents of 30 Ferry Avenue for over 20 years. We are here again for the second time because our concerns have not been heard. We want to state clearly that we believe there is no significant issues on Ferry Avenue, Beverley Park regarding hooning or speeding. We strongly object to the proposal to install traffic calming devices such as speed humps, chicanes or traffic recognition systems near our property. There is simply no evidence to justify these measures. Council's own traffic data collected on 3 separate occasions does not identify speeding or hooning as an issue on Ferry Avenue. The street's narrow layout and parked cars already naturally slow traffic. In addition, a digital board display was positioned in front of 34 Ferry Avenue for approximately 3 months, further monitoring driver behaviour without identifying any ongoing issues. A recent incident occurred that involved an intoxicated driver colliding with a parked car. This type of incident would not be prevented by speed humps or chicanes and should not be used to support unnecessary infrastructure. These measures may also create unintended consequences, including increased noise from trucks and service vehicles and potential delays to emergency response times. Additionally, before any electronic traffic monitoring systems are introduced, residents must be clearly informed about what data will be collected, how it will be used, and how privacy will be protected. Again, only certain residents have been engaged and not involving all affected households, with our household once again being bypassed. All residents must be properly informed and notified of any actions being considered or taken. Finally, this proposal lacks genuine and inclusive consultation with all affected residents. We all support safety, but any measures must be proportionate to actual risk and must not create any new problems. We respectfully ask Council to reject this motion and undertake proper consultation with all residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. That concludes our public forum for this evening. We now move to confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. That is CCL 03626, confirmation of the minutes of the council meeting held on the 25th of May 2026. It's been moved by Councillor Jamieson and seconded by Councillor Marnie. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We have CCL 03726, confirmation of the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held on the 9th of June 2026. It's been moved by Councillor Jamieson and seconded by Councillor Lansbury. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried. We move to mayoral minutes. The first mayoral minute, MM00726, which is the recognition of King Wagstaff's 14 years of service and honour board induction to George's Riverkeeper. I'm going to defer that item to the July council meeting, as Mr. Wagstaff was not able to attend tonight. So we will republish that one for the next council meeting and defer it for discussion tonight. Next, we have MM00826. That is the Hurstville Public School 150th anniversary. Now, councillors, the mayoral minute is as published in the report. I just make a couple of comments that I'm honoured to acknowledge and celebrate Hurstville Public School for their 150th anniversary. Established in 1876, Hurstville Public School began with just 38 pupils to today, where it is one of the largest schools in New South Wales. The school will host a community fair on Saturday the 8th of August on the school grounds to celebrate, and I wish them well for this event. The motion, councillors, is that council extends our sincere congratulations to the principal, staff, students, families and alumni of Hurstville Public School on this very special occasion. Councillor Liu, do you wish to speak to the mayoral minute?
Yes, just a few words. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing this minutes into the meeting. Yeah, we know for 150 years, it is a milestone for our local school. So that means this school has been at the heart of our community, educating generations of local children, now helping to shape the character and identity of Hurstville itself. As a councillor, I recognize the school's outstanding contribution to the public education and community life within the Georges River area. However, tonight, I also speak from a more personal perspective, because my elder daughter attended the Hurstville Public School when she was 5 years old, start from that age, and it was brought to her years at the school as her memory and my memory, and where she developed a very strong connections with the teachers, families, and broader school community. Like the other parents, those experiences remind us that schools are far more a place of learning. They are places where communities come together, where friendships are formed, where values are developed, and where young people begin their journey towards adulthood. So recently, I had the pleasure of meeting with Deputy Principal Dave to learn more about preparation for the school's 115 years anniversary celebrations. It was inspiring to hear that the schools reached year 3 and the many plans underway to honor those who have contributed to its successful over the past century and a half. So thank you very much again for the mayor. So I think not only me, I think the other councillors who would like to really contribute any councillors discretionary fund to help her. I think they are more welcome to do it. So That's where I might stand for tonight's law motion. Thank you.
Councillor Wang.
Mayor, yes, I fully support the mayor minutes and for the 150 years. And for me, it's also personal. It's like family. My son also attended this school in 2000, and like many families there, we have spent lots of hours at the school gates, building deep ties with the campus. And with this 150th anniversary, so we're going to see a wonderful reunion of the alumni. And it is fantastic to celebrate the success of former students, including our own member for Barton, Miss Ash and behalf of her, as well as other notable alumni like Jason Lee, the member of the Strathfield. As the school celebrated the century-and-a-half history, it's also looking to future raising funds for much needed infrastructure. So it has been my absolute pleasure to work with the generous local community to support this effort. So previously, we successfully led the community to raise about 30,000 to help upgrade the school's artificial turf and the playground. So most recently, so I'm incredibly proud of my running club, X Life, who run for City to Serve and raised 10,000 towards the school's new Century Park space. So this space, the first of its kind in the George River area, so will be a game change for neurodivergent students, giving them a safe, inclusive environment, equipping the textile panels and outdoor instruments to help them regulate and stress. So, of course, I encourage everyone in the community to continue supporting the school's ongoing fundraising, such as purchasing a $50 legacy pave or 2,000 commemorative plaque to leave a permanent mark and the school. So finally, so the success of the Hurstville Public School is not just about what's happening inside the classroom. It's about the environment surrounded. So we enjoy a great collaboration between the school and the George River Council, particularly regarding the education, prison, the traffic study, and campus safety issues. So together we have advocated for and implemented vital road safety measures, secure pedestrian crossings, and school zoning management to ensure the children can travel to and from safely. So yeah, this school is the beating heart of our diverse community. Happy birthday, HBS, and we look forward to celebrate together on the Grand Community Fair on August 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillors, any other discussion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. The next item is MM00926, Unlocking Homes, Accelerating Delivery of Local and State Infrastructure. So again, I will take the mayoral minute as read, as published in the business paper. This motion supports Local Government New South Wales' sector-wide call for reforms that will help councils and governments deliver infrastructure alongside housing growth. The message is simple: housing and infrastructure must go hand in hand. And councils across New South Wales are being asked to accommodate significant growth, but too often the roads, drainage, transport links and community facilities that residents need lag behind. In Georges River, we are building communities, not simply housing. And for Georges River, one of the most important proposals is allowing developer contributions to be used to construct social infrastructure such as libraries and not just acquire the land for them. So this is about ensuring we build complete livable communities, not just more housing. So I welcome Local Government New South Wales advocacy on this issue and encourage the state government to work with local government to deliver the reforms needed to unlock both housing and the infrastructure that supports it. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. Next is MM01026, recognition of Georges River Council staff. So tonight I would like to acknowledge and congratulate our council staff for the outstanding recognition they have received through the 2026 New South Wales Local Government Excellence Awards and the Australasian Reporting Awards. At the New South Wales Local Government Excellence Awards, Council was recognised as the winner in the First Nations Community Partnership category for our Truth-Telling Partnerships with Aboriginal People project, and highly commended for our Seniors Festival, Curated Collaboration and Community Connection initiative. These awards recognise the dedication of our staff in delivering meaningful community outcomes, strengthening partnerships, and creating opportunities for connection and inclusion. And Council was also recognised with a Gold Award for the Best of Industry Sector Award at the Australasian Reporting Awards for our 24-25 annual report, highlighting the quality, transparency and professionalism of our reporting. These achievements are a credit to our staff and reflect their ongoing commitment to delivering for our community. So on behalf of Council, I thank and congratulate all the staff involved. Council, does anybody wish to speak to this mayoral minute? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. And the last mayoral minute is MM01126, and that is congratulations to Georges River residents for the 2026 King's Birthday Honours. So tonight I would like to acknowledge and congratulate two outstanding members of our community who have been recognised in the 2026 King's Birthday Honours. Mrs. Kathy Powelson of Mortdale has been recognised for her outstanding contribution to education in New South Wales, while Mr. Mark Connell of Oatley has been recognised for his service to young people through Scouting. While their contributions have been in different fields, they share a common commitment to serving others and making a positive difference in their communities. Their recognition is not only a personal achievement, but also a source of pride for the Georges River community. So on behalf of Council, I congratulate Kathy and Mark on this well-deserved recognition and thank them for their outstanding service. The motion is that Council notes and congratulates the Georges River Local Government Area recipients of the 2026 King's Birthday Honours and writes to each recipient to formally acknowledge their achievement and thank them for their service to the community. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Condolences. I have not received any condolences for tonight's meeting. And so we move to committee reports. And the first is CCL 03826. That is the report of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 9th of June. Councillor Mort.
I move the report of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 9th of June 2026 for items ASS 023-26, ASS 025-26, ASS 02626, and ASS 028-26. And I'll pull out the items ASS 02426, ASS 027-26, and ASS 029-26 for debate.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. If I could call for a seconder, please, on the 4 items from the Assets and Infrastructure. Councillor Jamieson has seconded that. Councillors, any discussion on those 4 items? Councillor Hayes, you have a question?
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment on ASS 029-26.
Okay, if you could just wait, because at the moment we're just moving the 4 items that Councillor Mort called out, which is, and so ASS 02926, Councillor Mort has not moved that as part of the committee. That will be moved separately afterwards. So when it comes to that item, it'll be 3 motions time, so we'll get to that in a second. So councillors, any discussion on the 4 items, which is the capital projects update, the Jubilee Stadium Eastern Toilet Block, proposed footpath at East Street Blakers, and the closed circuit television policy? That's been moved by Councillor Mort, seconded by Councillor Jamieson as per the recommendations of the committee. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. We now move to the first assets and infrastructure item that was pulled out, which is ASS 02426. That's the Gifford Park Sporting and Public Amenity Community Engagement. Councillor Mort.
I move the original recommendation from the committee meeting for ASS 024-26 Gifford Park.
Thank you. That's been moved by Councillor Mort and seconded by Councillor Jamieson. Councillors, any discussion on that item? So that was the item that was deferred at the committee meeting to the and Councillor Mort has now moved the original recommendation from the committee meeting. There's no discussion. I will put the motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jamieson would like to speak to the motion. Sorry, Councillor Jamieson.
So I would like to extend my thanks to all the residents who took the time to lodge submissions regarding Gifford Park. This project has been somewhat unique as community feedback was mixed with no singular unified position. Thank you also to the speakers who addressed us tonight. Your input has been invaluable in clarifying just how vital the park is to the broader community. As a point of context, we must remember that Hurstville Glory was previously displaced during the development of Penshurst Park, highlighting the critical shortage of green space across our LGA. Also worth mentioning that we've been using a shipping container instead of amenities, and most residents would see that as an eyesore as well. From my understanding, and I invite the director to correct me if I'm mistaken, the design consultation process commenced months ago, allowing both the FSG, Hurstville Glory, and local residents to directly shape the plans. Is that right? Yep. Furthermore, I believe the concerns raised by some residents regarding antisocial behaviour have been proactively managed. Council initiated a trial period allowing seniors to use the park, which by all accounts was a great success. Moving forward, should any inappropriate behaviour occur, it will be addressed immediately. Given these reassurances and the positive outcome of the trial, I'm happy to move the amendment to return to the staff's original recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Any other speakers? If not, I will put that motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Next, we move to ASS 02726, additional lighting, Hogden Park Basketball Court. Councillor Mort.
I move the recommendation of the staff. Sorry, I move the original recommendation from the committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. If I could call for a seconder. Councillor Jamieson has seconded that. Councillors, any discussion? I'd just like to make a couple of comments to thank the speakers in the public forum this evening who've taken the time to speak in support of this motion. So this outcome has been a long time coming. It was June 2022 when I first brought forward a motion requesting that Council investigate an appropriate lighting solution for the basketball courts at Hogden Park. And as with any proposal of this nature, Council has an obligation to consult with the community. And I'm pleased that the report that is before us tonight reflects the strong support received through that process. So the report recommends that Council proceed with the installation of lighting for the Hogden Park basketball courts, recognising the clear community benefit and support for the project. This is a significant win for community advocacy. It demonstrates what can be achieved when residents identify a need, engage constructively with Council and work together to deliver improvements that enhance local recreation opportunities for our community. So if there's no further discussion, I will put that motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Next, we move to ASS 02926, which is the budget allocation for the place-based strategy. Councillor Mort.
I move the recommendation, the original recommendation from the committee meeting for ASS 029-26.
It's been moved by Councillor Mort, seconded by Councillor Jamieson. And Councillor Hayes, did you?
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment. I'd like the recommendation to read that Council A endorses the 2026-7 program of works associated with the budget allocation for the place-based strategy implementation project, with the exception of Pole Depot Park. B, defer a decision on works to be conducted at Pole Depot Park and related budget allocations until full community consultation can be conducted.
Councillor Jamieson, do you have a question?
Yeah, sorry.
So just ask your question first and then we'll go through the amendment.
Sorry, but I was under the understanding that I was under the understanding, and if the director to clarify after asking questions, that the consultation part goes first and then we work out the works. You can't really exclude the works without doing the consultation. Is that correct?
I'll put the question to the director. I think the question is if we delay the budget, does that have implication on the consultation? Can the consultation still proceed regardless of the budget allocation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the consultation could proceed without a budget, but the standard practice would be consultation to occur to determine the scope of works associated with this playground upgrade. So it would occur either way.
So the consultation will occur regardless of whether there's a budget allocation?
So currently there's a project with a budget allocation. So standard practice for that project would be to go to the community and consult on the scope of works, that's including whether the playground is upgraded in either of those locations, at the back or the front of Pole Depot. That would be normal practice. If council resolves not to adopt a budget but to undertake consultation, that could also be done if that's how it's resolved.
And the outcome of that would just be to delay the implementation of any of the outcome of the consultation?
It would be to delay it because the standard process would be to come back to council with the results of the consultation on the adopted project.
Okay. Councillor Hayes, do you understand the answers to those questions?
Yes, I do. There is a lot of community concern that they haven't been consulted. And there seems to be a lot of confusion, as we've seen tonight with the speakers. It's sort of 50-50, 50 one way, 50 the other.
I think the point that the director is making is that the council is committing to doing the consultation on what the design scope at Pole Depot Park, which includes the park at the front on Forest Road as well as the park at the back on St George's Road. So that consultation is going to take place, and based on the outcome of that consultation, there is a budget allocation to be able to implement the works. So we can do the consultation regardless, and we will regardless. If we remove the budget allocation, we simply can't do the works. So I'll leave you with that, and you can decide if you still wish to move that amendment.
I'd still like to move the amendment.
Okay, Councillor Mort, do you accept the amendment?
No, thanks.
Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Hayes. And Councillor Ansel, are you seconding that? Thank you. Councillor Hayes, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I would have received certain communications from the community in the proximity. I guess it's in the wording that was presented where the wording sort of said that there would be one side of it. In other words, the back part would be converted into park only, and then the front part near Forest Road would be where the main playground would be renewed. However, other communities like play centres, etc., do prefer the back part of the unit block. However, the general consensus or the general publicity surrounding the selection of the park is, if council can give I guess a firm commitment to the front part and the back part, because some people feel that it's just going to be developed on the Forest Road Park and not the back part. The back part just being either used as a car park or if there are other plans afoot to not have a playground in the back part, just a green space.
Okay.
Hence the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes.
Thank
Councillor Ansel, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I think
Councillor Hayes, if you could just switch your microphone off. Thank you.
Where this is coming from is that the original play equipment at the Pole Depot Park was removed without really consultation for the people who frequent that park. So I think this is coming out of frustration from community, from the Pole Depot groups who rely on that. It's a beautiful open space. It's looking a bit like a horse paddock at the moment with not much grass there. It needs an upgrade. Just because it backs onto a Pole Depot and that childhood facility doesn't mean that it shouldn't be treated any differently for the community. I don't think you can remove play equipment from a park and not replace it. And I think the community needs to be consulted in a very fair, open way to see what those needs are for the community who frequent that park. There's not a lot of green spaces around that area. You can't rob from Peter to give to Paul, and to be investing in the play equipment at Cars Park and Oakley Park, like we heard tonight, and not be investing into those small little areas which service medium to high density blocks. We need those in our community. We can't take them away. We need to make sure that they are there for our families and growing families. So I'd like just to see a fair consultation and for the play equipment to be put back in the budget for the people of Penshurst.
Thank you. Councillor Jamieson.
Thank you very much.
Against the motion?
Yes, so definitely against the amendment. Yeah, I'm just really surprised because I've actually sent emails. We've had discussion with council allowance. We've had discussion with many people. I'm not quite sure what the confusion is, but I've just sent the whole group that I initiated. I was there when equipment was removed. I knew what was removed and actually had discussions and went through the process. So the process is, and this is, I verified that, and I think every councillor got an email about this, that the process is consultation. At that point of the consultation, they'll decide whether it's at the front or St. George part of the park, it's still called Pole Depot. After that, we've got the process of the design, the tender, and then building it so that it can be completed. To do what you're actually asking to do, and I don't think it's what the people want, is to actually just stop the work, to have a consultation and then work out if you're going to budget. This actually, the motion that was passed forward is actually about building the park ASAP for the people. Now it needs to go to the people, not just, which park, but what equipment to actually put in. So and I mean, I will address that with the motion. I'm not quite sure if I should do it now, but I will address it. But there seems to be a bit of misinformation, misunderstanding. But I was under the impression, if you saw the director's comments, that those issues were addressed. To cut the budget, it's actually going against what the people want. So I'm not quite sure if you actually understand it. If it's clear to say, stop the works until we decide St. George's Park, after the consultation, does not allow budget to build the park this financial year. So I'm not quite sure if that's clear enough or not. So anyway,
thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Councillor Lansbury, and you wish to speak? Did you have your line up before?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I wasn't planning on speaking on this, so this is very much on the run. I'm actually really quite surprised to see an amendment like this because it basically just kicks it down the road. I have to say it reminds me of what happened to the poor old dog park at Hopman Park by interfering in that, where we would have had a dog park as well as additional lighting for Hopman Park if that went ahead. But putting that to the side, I was down at the Pole Depot over the weekend having a look, and it is pretty run down, and there is a nice little park at the front, and as we all know, the play equipment was taken out from the back because my understanding was, and I'm no expert, my understanding was it was taken out quite suddenly because it had reached the end of its life. If we were to support this amendment tonight, we would be postponing something that is about to happen. I was advised recently that consultation for the Pole Depot site is due to start within the next couple of weeks, with a view to having works sort of designed and potentially completed by the end of the next financial year. So why would you interfere with that? That is crazy to me. So I can't support this amendment because I really want to progress this. I think it's very overdue, this particular park is much loved. We had a couple of speakers here tonight about Penshurst, particularly the one speaking about the Pole Depot Park. I want to move this forward. Deferring anything by its very definition would be a huge mistake. So I would encourage councillors not to support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury.
The question to the Director, Madam Mayor. Director, through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director, has the location of the playground been decided by the council yet?
Through you, the Chair, the place-based strategy is decided to consolidate in on one site. The location hasn't been determined yet.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, there is clearly strong community sentiment about the location of the playground being placed near a main road on Forest Road. That you are saying the decision has not been made about that, about the location of the playground, and potentially whether this amendment is moved or not, whether the amendment that Councillor Lansbury and Councillor Jamieson are trying to move, that the location could still be at the back of.
They're just speaking against the amendment. They didn't move an amendment. I think if I could speak against the amendment, I think I would like to assure the community that there has been no decision made on the future of the park on Forest Road or the part of Pole Depot Park at the back of, is it St George's Park, whatever it's called, St George's Road. So that has not been determined. There is going to be a consultation piece to ask the community what they want to see in these locations, and that will inform how council will, what council will.
Madam Mayor, will it come back to council once consultation has taken place?
I think everything comes back to council when consultation.
Well, similar to the dog park issue that Councillor Lansbury spoke about in her speech just then, there was 2 locations proposed by council through consultation. We had a petition of about 110 residents suggesting an alternative location at Hogburn Park, which council at that time had failed to take into consideration. I am fearful that the same issue will occur here.
Okay, well, that's for you to determine. I will put the amendment to a vote. If we could please go around the room and take the votes on the amendment.
Madam Mayor?
I'm against.
Councillor Allison?
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti?
For.
Councillor Arthur?
For.
Councillor Demoski?
Against.
Councillor Gow?
For.
Councillor Hayes?
For.
Councillor Jamieson?
Against.
Councillor Lansbury?
Against.
Councillor Liu?
Against.
Councillor Marnie?
Against.
Councillor Mort?
Against.
Councillor Punn?
For.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Stratokopoulos?
Yes.
Councillor Wang?
For.
That's 9 votes against and 6 votes for.
I declare the amendment lost, and we will revert back to the original motion, which has been moved by Councillor Morton, seconded by Councillor Jamieson. That is the recommendation as published from the committee. Any further discussion? Councillor Jamieson, have your light on?
Yes, so thank you to the community members who spoke on this matter today. I also want to thank the Director of Assets and Infrastructure for clearing up the misunderstandings surrounding their emails previously circulated to councillors. I'm incredibly pleased to inform that the Pole Depot Park has been prioritised for funding within this place-based strategy and is officially accounted for in this budget. I want to reassure our community that this project will undergo rigorous public consultation to ensure that funding is directed where it will be best supported by the community. Additionally, the consultation will heavily focus on design elements to ensure the final space is perfectly suited to the needs of local residents. I'm concerned still about some misunderstandings, misinformation about funds not being spent in Penshurst, in parks. We have Olds Park, Penshurst Park and Gifford Park that we discussed today, all in Penshurst. In regards to noise, for example, I'm not quite sure, but Penshurst Park is on King George's Road. Olds Park is also on Forest Road. So I'm a bit concerned that we want to stop parks that are near public spaces. I just want to be mindful of it. Not that we're going to do it, but that could be an issue. And I acknowledge that this should never have happened. The equipment should never have been removed in the first place without having a strategy in place. So we acknowledge that, and we want to move it as forward and quickly as possible. So this is the best motion. That consultation is actually the one that's driving where the equipment is, what type of equipment, and I think that's what people want, is the consultation process. That will be driving it. As I said right from the beginning, I was there when the equipment was pulled away, and I'm still there, and I will be there until it's completed. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any further discussion on the motion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried. We move to CCL 03926, report of the Community and Culture Committee meeting held on the 9th of June 2026. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that the Community and Culture Committee recommendations for items COM 021-26 to COM 023-26 as detailed in the report be adopted by Council.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Liu. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We move to CCL 04026, report of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting held on the 9th of June 2026. Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move items ENV 02126, 2226, 2326, 2426, 2526, and ENV 02726. And I'd like to pull out item ENV 02626, the Biodiversity and Forestry Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal, and GRDCP Amendment 7 for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gao, you seconding that?
No, Madam Mayor, I wanted to pull out item ENV 027-26, Georges River Heritage Studies Scoping Report.
Okay, I'm going to pull that one out. So Councillor Marnie, you're moving it minus that item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So it's ENV 02126 down to ENV 02526. Moved by Councillor Marnie, seconded by Councillor Allison. This is the recommendations from the committee. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. And we now move to ENV 02626, which is the Biodiversity and Forestry Scenic Protection Area Planning Proposal, and Georges River DCP Amendment number 7, Outcomes of Public Exhibition. Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just like to speak in favour of it.
Just get a mover and a seconder. So moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Dmowski.
Thank you. I fully support the endorsement of the planning proposal and acknowledge that the diligence of council management and staff who have produced such comprehensive safeguards for a biodiverse LGA. I'd also like to acknowledge flora and fauna members and other residents who have provided a wealth of valuable and enthusiastic input, which has extended as far as tonight. I haven't seen more people in the gallery in years. And also thank my party colleagues who allowed me to run with this as a high profile issue at the 2021 and 2024 elections. I would be extremely pleased if other councils and state and federal governments followed Georges River's example and treated their natural areas with the same high level of esteem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Dmowski, do you wish to speak for the motion?
No.
Councillor Wang, do you wish to speak against?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Peter. So can we have that picture in mind on that one so everybody can see the scope of this plan? Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, so I'll talk about the history, the geographic, and the environmental impact of this plan. Firstly, a bit of history. So Peter thanks the staff. So I just want to mention back in 2020, our own strategic plan and Department of Planning has formally endorsed the draft LEP, which allows to lower the dual occupancy lot to 650. That's from our own staff and approved by the state. That's 2020. However, we received the community feedback in 2021 and conducted a biodiversity study because of the community's pushback. Yeah, so that study is the fundamental document for this new version, this rollback, so to speak. Yeah, but if you look at the study itself, it received only 56 residents out of a population of 11,000, a 0.5% of the population. Even worse, when the actual field data collection was conducted, only 2 members of the community participated. So this survey should be declared statistically invalid on that basis alone. Furthermore, ecological data is generally considered stale after 3 years. So we did the study in 2021, and now it's 2026. And in our own council staff report, it admitted that it has absolutely no budget to update. So how can we have a 2021 bio study to support the 2026 the latest plan? So this one, I'm just saying, so this one is scientifically flawed by history. And what else has happened between 2020 and 26? The housing crisis has escalated into an absolutely emergency nationally and locally. To solve this problem, the federal and state government introduced a whole suite of measures, including what's related here is the state government's low and middle rise MMR house policy, a very modest plan to allow low and medium density development around transport centers like Oatley Station. Instead of supporting this modest plan to allow more housing supply, the council's proposal tightens up the planning control by extending the so-called scenery foreshore area inland beyond the ridge of the hill over properties that's absolutely zero water views. And if you look at the map, it pretty much encroaches the Oatley LMR.
Yes, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Marnie is called a point of order.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Wang, if you please turn your microphone off.
You can contort and twist these reports as much as you like, but you're quite aware the last few years that yourself, who came into council in 2021, as did a lot of us, worked very hard in this project, as did management and the planners. I remember Catherine Lansbury.
Councillor Marnie, you just have to call a point of order, so you have to identify the point of order.
Sorry,
Otherwise we'll let Councillor Wang finish.
I think, yes, do you want me to go on? Or?
No, if you've got a point of order, you've got to call a point of order.
Okay, point of order. I'd like Councillor Wang to stick a tax, please.
Okay.
Reply. Yeah, we can, when I finish, you can reply.
Please continue, Councillor Wang. Please continue, Councillor Wang.
Thank you very much.
I'll allow you to go a couple of seconds over, so please continue.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Connected.
Please continue, Councillor Wang.
Sorry, can I have my, yes, thank you very much. So where were we? So we're talking about the history, old facts, Peter, you have to agree. So, and instead of supporting the MMR, the council's plan tightened up the FSR by 9 to 16% and enlarged the foreshore protection area without a really legal basis. The gray area in the map are not in the foreshore protection area, but the proposal is trying to apply the same rigid control, I would say, without the legal basis. So this one applies, and the downsizing applies to the whole area, the 1/3 of the LGA. 1/3 of LGR, not the 5% as somebody led to believe. Because in addition to increase this gray area without in the forestry protection area, but it also reduced the FSR for the whole area, the whole yellow area, and increase landscape requirement. So that's totally unreasonable. So this is a little bit of history to show the scale of downsizing. So look, I also mentioned the geography. So this is 1/3, impact 1/3 of our LGA. And what happened to the rest? So that's what is not mentioned in the plan. But the impact is because this LGA is mandated by the state government for 11,000 houses. Where does it go?
Councillor, and if you could conclude your comments, I've allowed you to go for a minute longer than the time. Thank you.
Thank you. So this will go to Hurstville, will go to here. And if you look at the stats, the green areas stats.
Councillor Wang, if you could conclude your comments, please. So I've allowed you to go 1 minute longer than the time, so if you could please make your concluding comments. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So lastly, I want to mention a bit contrary to conventional wisdom. This plan actually is detrimental to the environment because you are not using the latest technology to preserve water. The lawn does not provide any heat.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang.
Okay.
Any other speakers for or against the motion? If not, then we will put the motion, and as this is a planning proposal, we'll go around the room for the votes, please, Ms. McKinley.
Madam Mayor?
For.
Councillor Allison?
For.
Councillor Anzalotti?
For.
Councillor Arthur?
For.
Councillor Demotsky?
For.
Councillor Gow?
For.
Councillor Hayes?
For.
Councillor Jamison?
For.
Councillor Lansbury?
For.
Councillor Liu?
For.
Councillor Marnie?
For.
Councillor Mort?
For.
Councillor Pun?
For.
Mr Deputy Mayor? Councillor Wang?
Against.
That's 14 votes for.
I declare the motion carried. We now move to EMV 02726, the heritage study.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Gow. I'm going to give the call to Councillor Marnie, who is the chair. Councillor Marnie, would you like to move that item?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move EMV 02726, George River Heritage Study Scoping Report. Thank you.
As published in the committee. And Councillor Moore, do you second in that? Councillor Gow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment. I believe Nikki has a copy of the amendment. Thank you, Madam.
Councillor Gow, would you like to just read it out whilst it's coming up on screen?
It's quite long, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we might as well start then while
Okay,
we're putting
well-
it up on screen.
Madam Mayor, I prefer it to be put on the screen. So,
And if you could just, when you're reading it out, speak into the microphone so that the members of the gallery can hear, please.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't read out the motion as put on the screen. I just want to be very clear. This motion arises from this amendment. My apologies. Came from a motion from former councillor Leisha Pear, who is in the gallery tonight, back in 2021. Having reviewed former councillor Leisha's mayor, it does not cost the council a single cent. All it does is ask and request the council to apply for additional grants.
Sorry,
from...
Councillor Gow, before you start speaking to it, could you read the amendment, and then we need to call for a seconder before you start speaking for the amendment. So
Madam
none of
Mayor,
us know what you're talking to at the moment because we don't know what the amendment says.
okay, Madam Mayor, I move that council undertake an Aboriginal heritage study and management strategy in conjunction with local Aboriginal land councils to support the implementation of Aboriginal legislation in the Georges River local government area. One, to assist landowners, applicants and developers to understand their risk of harm, their legislative obligations, and to clarify the level of assessment required with any development application for development or potential disturbance. Two, to inform future local environmental plans and development control plans. And three, in accordance with Planning Priority 11 of Council's local strategic planning statement for Aboriginal and other heritage to be protected and promoted. Five, subject to the identification of a suitable funding source for preparation of the study, including appropriate grant programs, Council resolves as follows: that Council reaffirms its unanimous commitment of July 2021 NM 06021 to undertake an Aboriginal heritage study and management strategy in conjunction with the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council. B, that Council notes that that motion was made subject to the identification of a suitable funding source, including appropriate grant programs. C, the Council directs the General Manager to identify and apply within this financial year, the coming financial year, for all suitable state and federal heritage grant programs capable of funding the Aboriginal heritage study and management strategy, including but not limited to relevant Heritage New South Wales and Commonwealth Heritage and First Nations funding streams. And that D, the Council directs the General Manager to report back to Council on one, the grant programs identified and the applications lodged or pending. Two, the outcomes of any applications received. Three, a proposed timeline for commencing the Aboriginal heritage study and management strategy, with the objective of commencing the study without awaiting completion of the thematic history review without grant funding allows. Madam Mayor, I had given the Council a prior warning about the length of the motion, but I am purely moving this amendment.
That's okay. Sorry, Councillor Gow. Before you speak to the amendment,
for a second,
I'll first ask the original mover of the motion, Councillor Marnie, if he accepts the amendment as put by Councillor Gow. Councillor Marnie?
No, I don't, Madam Mayor.
No, you don't. Okay, so now we will call for a seconder on Councillor Gow's amendment, and Councillor Hayes is seconding that. Councillor Gow, if you would like to now speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This amendment arose from a motion from former Councillor Pear back in July 2021. The motion simply calls for Council to apply for relevant grant funding that is out there, that has been allocated, that has been unclaimed for up to 5 years. Other councils are claiming that money that has been sitting there for 5 years. All I'm asking this council to do is do the same thing. It doesn't cost council anything at all, and it could potentially save costs for developers, applicants, and local residents in our local area, and give us all a better understanding of Aboriginal heritage and related matters. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. Councillor Hayes, you should speak to the amendment.
I reserve my right, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the amendment? Councillor Marnie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I really appreciate Councillor Gow's sentiments. I feel the same way as Councillor Gow does about Aboriginal heritage. A lot of us do the same. Pay respect to Councillor Pear, who brought it in so many years ago. However, nobody's raised it in recent years. I know we've tried to get Glenleaf, for instance, a good example, acknowledged by state and federal governments, both Liberal and Labor, for its Aboriginal significance, and quite frankly, none of them have cared 2 cents about it. So look, I do appreciate Councillor Gow's sentiments, but I think it needs a lot more work, and we need to look at funding sources before we sort of go any further. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any other councillors wishing to make a comment on this item? I would like to speak against the amendment for the fact that the original motion includes Aboriginal heritage study as part of its scope, but it is not confined to only the Aboriginal and heritage study. It is also looking at heritage across the whole LGA, being homes, places, parks, and the like, not just constrained to Aboriginal heritage, although that will form a part of it. So I feel like the amendment is a narrowing of focus when we want to look at the whole of heritage. And I think I spoke to the driver for my original Mirror Minute in relation to this heritage study. It was the demolition of number 49 Park Road at Carlton, which many people in the community viewed as having strong heritage values, but it wasn't a heritage listed item. And as Mr. Pullen in the public forum said, that once the development consent was approved on that through a compliant development certificate, council was powerless to provide any protections through an interim heritage order. So that was the driver for this heritage study coming forward. I don't think we should be excluding heritage items such as homes in the scope. I feel the amendment does narrow it down to that. I'd be happy to make an amendment that we add to the original motion to include that council seeks grant funding to go for it. So perhaps if this amendment is lost, we can make that amendment to the original motion. So if there's no further speakers on the amendment, I will put the amendment to the vote. If we could please go around the room.
Madam Mayor?
I'm against.
Councillor Allison?
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti?
For.
Councillor Arthur?
For.
Councillor Demoski?
Against.
Councillor Gow?
For.
Councillor Hayes?
For.
Councillor Jamieson?
Against.
Councillor Lansbury?
Against.
Councillor Liu?
Against.
Councillor Marnie?
Against.
Councillor Mort?
Against.
Councillor Pun?
For.
Mr. Deputy Mayor? Oh, he's not here. Okay. Councillor Wang?
For.
That's 13 votes against, 1 and sorry, what am I doing? 6, 7. 8 votes against and 6 votes for.
I declare the amendment lost, and we revert back to the original motion as moved by Councillor Marnie and seconded by Councillor Mort. Councillor Marnie, would you consider adding an additional item to the original motion that staff can currently seek funding for the Aboriginal Heritage Study and report back to Council on its endeavours as part of the Heritage Scoping Study process?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would accept that.
And Councillor Mort, would you, as the seconder, accept that?
Yes, I accept that.
Who do you want to present to? Nikki?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Lansbury.
can I propose a further amendment? That we include part A of Councillor Gow's amendment, that there was something about council reaffirms its commitment to the motion that we're discussing. I don't have it in front of me. I can't read it from there.
Do you have that original amendment? Councillor Gow, could you, Councillor Lansbury's just made reference to your amendment. Would you mind to read out the first part of it, please?
Absolutely.
I don't know, where was it up to, Councillor Lansbury?
Councillor Lansbury, up to from the first part to which part? Part A. So The council undertakes an Aboriginal heritage study and management strategy in conjunction with the local Aboriginal land councils to support the implementation of Aboriginal heritage legislation in the Georges River local government area. One, to assist landowners, applicants and developers to understand their risks, their legislative obligations. Well, Councillor Lansbury, it is on the screen for you to pull out. So I'd appreciate if you could have a look at the screen, Councillor Lansbury.
Let's see. There was something about reaffirm. Was it the top of the motion? It was about reaffirming it. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, that's just the additional amendment that I'm proposing, just that small couple of lines.
Sorry, Councillor Lansbury. I don't have the one that you've proposed. So if the staff have it. Is it up there?
Yeah, it's showing as Part D, and it's just literally reaffirming its support for the previous motion that was referred to tonight.
Okay. So we have the council, so the original motion, Part A, 1, 2 and 3. Part B is from the original motion. Part C is that council note, I'm sorry, I'm just waiting. The council note future resourcing, am I reading the wrong one? The council note future resourcing and funding needs for subsequent stages. That's not the right.
That was in their original.
Oh, that's Part B
motion.
original. Yeah. So Part C, the council note.
Yeah, D is the added. D and E are the added ones.
D up there.
The original only had A and B. The original only had A and B.
That's a real recommendation. That's not
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so D is the council reaffirms. Could Vicky, could you read it out, please?
The council reaffirms its unanimous commitment of July 2021 NMO 60-21 to undertake an Aboriginal heritage study and management strategy in conjunction with the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Council, and E, that council can currently seek funding for the Aboriginal heritage study and report back to council on its endeavours as part of the heritage scoping study process.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Marnie, are you happy with that additional item added by Councillor Lansbury?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Maud is the seconder.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
A question through you, Madam Mayor, to the relevant council officer. Just a question. The motion was passed unanimously in July 2021. I'm wondering what progress has been made on the motion and whether any applications for relevant grant funding has been made.
Put that question to the Director of Environment and Planning.
Through you, Madam Mayor and councillors, as the responsibility for seeking funding relating to heritage and Aboriginal heritage crosses two portfolios, I'll take that one on notice and report back.
Thank you, councillors. Anyone wishing to speak for the motion before us now? If not, I will just reiterate the comments I made at the committee meeting, which is that I believe we have a responsibility as a council to prioritise and tell our community that we do value heritage. It is it tells the story of our past. It conserves that for future generations, and I think that this report provides a plan for how we will go about scoping and undertaking the work to review our whole LGA to see if there are items of heritage merit that are not currently listed for heritage significance. So on that, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We move to CCL 04126. That is the report of the Finance and Governance Committee meeting held on the 9th of June 2026. That is Councillor Jamieson.
I move the recommendations of the committee.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Marnie. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next, we move to CCL 04226. That is the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal determination, Mayor and Councillor fees for the 26-27 financial year. Councillor Jamieson.
I move that the council resolve that there be no change to the 2025-26 Mayor and Council fees for the 26-27 financial year.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. That's seconded by Councillor Marnie. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Jamieson.
Yes. So with that said, I believe we must formally call on the state government to implement serious structural reform regarding local government remuneration. If we want to attract high quality, dedicated individuals to public service, the current financial structure needs to change. At present, the low fees make it difficult to attract people for the right reasons. By comparison, Queensland treats these roles with financial weight of a part-time position rather than a minor allowance. And New South Wales should look to follow a similar framework.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Any other councillors wishing to speak on the motion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried. We move to CCL 04326, tabling of disclosures of interest returns for acting in higher duties. Councillor Jamieson.
I move the recommendation of the staff.
Seconded by Councillor Mort. Thank you, Councillor Mort. Any discussion, councillors? And I think Ms McKinley is just tabling that now, so we'll wait 1 second. Thank you, Ms McKinley. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare the motion carried. Next, we have CCL 04426. That is the 2026-27 operational plan, the 2025 and 2029 delivery program, and the updated resourcing strategy. Councillor Jamieson.
I move the recommendation of the staff.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Marnie. Any discussion? Councillor Jamieson, you wish to speak for the motion?
Yes. Thanks to the recent disallowance motion, Council was able to hold the first budget briefing, allowing us to actively address several key issues. Every single community submission has been thoroughly reviewed, and I want to thank the public for their vital feedback. It is tricky and a lot to understand, so if there is any resident who doesn't fully understand it, please ask. As a result of this process, the following additions have been made to the budget. There's a whole list, but the key ones I sort of want to talk about is tree planting program, added another $50,000. The Penshurst public domain renewal traffic study specifically mentioned as $80,000. The Penshurst amenities improvement works, including the toilet fit out, has been added. Penshurst community space Tahi line preliminary works with Transport for New South Wales to be funded with existing budget allocation of $14,000 to no impact. Beverly Hills sporting amenities, and the Gifford Park sporting and public amenity construction. I would also like to emphasise how the staff have been working to reduce the budget in points 19 of the Director's comments. So we've got applying a vacancy rate to manage the workforce deployment, reducing energy expenditure, improving operational efficiency, reviewing and optimising use of council property, realigning sporting field allocations, reprioritising grant funding programs, consolidating procurement, supplier contracts. And last year, we were the only council to have a reduced waste fees. And I think we're the second year in a row, the only council that has not increased waste fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak for the motion? No. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Hayes, did you have something you wish to discuss? Councillor Hayes, sorry.
No.
You're good? Okay. So we have the motion put by Councillor Jamieson, seconded by Councillor Marnie. There's no further discussion. I will put the motion.
Mayor, sorry, I'd like to move an amendment to the budget. I move that the Penshurst Public Domain Plan appropriate additional funding from both operational and capital budgets from 2026 to 2027, 2029-30 as required to complete works associated with the plan.
Councillor Gow, I think that those items are already included in the officer recommendation.
Well, I move it to be expedited. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, I'm not following you. So do you have an amendment? Councillor Jamieson read out some of the officer recommendation amendments that were included, which I think were the ones that you've just mentioned, which was, I think, Pole Depot. Yes, but we resolved that in the earlier motion tonight on the place-based strategy. So I think Penshurst is getting some love. If there's something that you want to highlight, Councillor Gow, that's not included in the officer recommendation, please.
Not at this stage.
Okay, so we're going to proceed with the motion as moved by Councillor Jamieson and seconded by Councillor Marnie. No further discussion. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried. Next, we have CCL 04526, amendment to the council and committee meeting schedule for 2025-26. Councillor Jamieson.
I move the recommendation of the staff.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Mort. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Liu, have your light on? No. There's no discussion. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare the motion carried. We move to assets and infrastructure items. CCL 04626, Cars Park, Learn to Swim Pool, potential future enclosure, project scope and budget. Councillor Mort. Second by Councillor Lansbury.
I move the original recommendation from the committee meeting for AS.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, I'm fine. I'd just like to thank Mr. Mark Smith for speaking tonight. He made a lot of sense, and hopefully we'll have a good facility operating very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. Councillor Lansbury, do you wish to speak? You're good. Any councillors wishing speaking against? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare the motion carried. Next, we move to notices of motion NM 03126. The first is Hurstville Purple Flag accreditation and special entertainment precinct opportunities. Councillor Liu.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just pleased to move this motion tonight. Can I have someone to second it?
Councillor Dmowski has seconded that.
Oh, thank you. So, briefly, at this heart, I think this motion about one very simple question. How do we ensure that Hurstville will remain a safe, vibrant, and economically successful centre into a future? Actually, as a councillor, I'm not the only one. I think we regularly talk about supporting local businesses, creating jobs, attracting investment, and strengthening our community. I think the recent New South Wales government, there's a vibrancy, I think, reforms could provide an opportunity to bring these objectives together. I think as a council, a whole, we don't want to miss this chance. So that's why this motion, what this motion does is ask the council to take a sensible first step by exploring participation in the international recognized Purple Flag accreditation program and receiving a report on Hurstville's eligibility and the future opportunity, including its potential as a future special entertainment precinct, we short it as SEP. So Purple Flag, if anyone, I think most of you might heard of it, is not simply a word or marketing exercise. It is an internationally recognized program already operating in cities such as London and in our continent, like nearby country like Auckland. It recognizes centers that achieve a high standard in safety, accessibility, transport, diversity, governance, and place activation. Importantly, Purple Flag is not just about nightlife. It's about creating places where people feel safe and welcome throughout the day and into the evening. And it's about supporting restaurant, cafe, cultural activities, community events, and local businesses. For me, community safety and economic vibrancy go hand in hand. People won't only spend time in our centers if they feel safe. We can recall what the two business people just gave us their speech. So that means people will only spend time if they feel safe. Business will only invest if they have confidence in the local environment. So this motion is also, I think, consistent with the direction Council is already taking. So as outlined in the director's comment, thank you for director put this very positive comments. It aligns strongly with our community strategic plan, the draft economic development strategy, and the New South Wales government vibrancy reforms. So I think this report highlights potential benefit, including increasing visitation, stronger business activity, greater investment attraction, enhanced place reputation, and stronger collaboration between council, business, and the community. So that's why I really encourage the other councillor to support this motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Liu. Councillor Dmowski is the second that you wish to speak. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next, we have NM 03226. That is the loss of bus services in the southwest of the Georges River LGA. Councillor Marnie. Seconded by Councillor Allison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the 7th of June, the New South Wales Government issued a media release which said from 21st of June, which is yesterday, quote, bus changes are happening across the network in southwest Sydney, unquote. But these changes were not widely advertised, a little like the government's so-called housing reforms. Not everyone studies websites or checks apps before they travel, and apart from signs pasted inside buses only a week and a half ago, and some vague news articles which warned of customer services, there was no practical notice of the impact of these changes. The devil's in the detail, with 4 routes being removed, which it appears will disadvantage many, including commuters, school students, the elderly, those with disabilities, shoppers, parents, children and workers. The most commonly expressed complaint I've seen is the cessation of 944 bus route from yesterday, which ran along Forest Road and serves the Park Street Shopping Centre and Georges River College Peakers campus. Most alarmingly, the terminated 944 provided essential transport for those living in the large Peakers Arteria Retirement Village, who, as was highlighted by speakers tonight, who need safe and easy access to medical and other services in Mortdale, and who will now be forced to walk 750 metres or over 10 minutes in the weather to Lorraine Street. Those needing direct access to Riverwood from Peakhurst will be affected, as they will be forced to walk up to 1 kilometre. People travelling to or from Roselands, which is the most convenient major centre for many in the area, will be greatly disadvantaged. With the loss of the 944, Transport for New South Wales suggests city commuters should go to Padstow or Riverwood, not Mortdale, which extends travel times and makes little sense. I still hope the Minister carefully weighs up the impact of these changes on our community, especially on the most vulnerable, and that he can give an assurance to the travelling public to the effect that they will not be disadvantaged by any of these revisions, and that any future changes will be subject to thorough community consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Ellison, do you wish to speak for the motion as a seconder?
Yes, thanks, Matt. I'd just like to support Councillor Marnie, and I think this is a pretty poor show on the part of the state government, who should be defending the vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellison. Councillor Anzalotti,
Yeah.
speak again.
Can I submit an amendment?
For the
please?
amendment, yeah.
I emailed it to you guys. Yeah, it's there. Okay, it's just a little one. Acknowledge that many of the current challenges facing bus services within Georges River LGA arose following the privatisation of Region 10 bus services and the transfer operations of Punchbowl Bus Company to Yugo Mobility.
So you're adding that to the existing motion or replacing the motion?
No, add it in.
Add it in.
Please.
So part F.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Marnie, do you accept that amendment?
No, Madam Mayor.
No. Okay, Councillor Anzalotti, we'll call for a seconder for your amendment. If I could have a seconder for Councillor Anzalotti's amendment, Councillor Hayes, thank you. And if you would like to speak to your amendment.
Thank you. So, like many councillors, I've received a significant amount of correspondence from concerned residents regarding the changes to local bus services. People are understandably worried about whether they will access the services they rely on. These concerns are valid and it's important that they're heard. However, it's equally important to remember how we arrived at this point. For many years, our community was proudly served by Punchbowl Bus Company, a locally owned private operated provider with more than 30 years experience serving local passengers and understanding the needs of our area. That changed when the former Liberal government privatised Region 10 bus network and awarded the contract to Yugo Mobility under a tender process that appeared to prioritise the lowest price over service quality and reliability. So just before the 23 election, the former government handed the contract to Yugo Mobility. It's a largely foreign-owned operator that never previously operated a Sydney bus network. In doing so, they overlooked the value and experience of a trusted local operator that had served our community for decades. The consequences of that decision were felt immediately. Within weeks of Yugo Mobility taking over the buses, residents experienced widespread service cancellations, significant driver shortages, unreliable school services and ongoing disruptions across the network. At one point, more than 400 services were being cancelled every single day. Parents were left concerned about children being stranded, commuter struggles to get to work, and confidence in the networks was severely undermined. The situation became so serious that Transport for New South Wales was forced to intervene, issuing formal notices, imposing penalties, and working directly with the operator to improve performance. Failures in our region also exposed broader issues across the bus industry that had developed after years of privatisation and underinvestment, leading to establishment of a bus industry task force under this government to examine the long-term sustainability of the network that we inherited. The reality is that the current bus network was not operating as effectively as it should have been. One of the residents, Mr. Mood, confirmed in his written submission this evening that many buses were cancelled or were not arriving on time. While change can be unsettling, maintaining the status quo is never going to be an option. A reliable and efficient public transport network is essential for our community and improvements were needed. Since these proposed changes were announced, I've been in constant communication with the decision makers and with the Minister's office through meetings, phone calls and emails, particularly over the 944 bus route. Every concern that residents have raised with me has been forwarded directly to those responsible for reviewing the proposed changes. I've constantly advocated on behalf of our community and made it clear that local concerns must be properly considered before any final decisions are made. I want to reassure residents that these changes are actually not set in concrete. Consultation is ongoing. It's happening this week. It happened last week. Feedback is actively being reviewed by Transport for New South Wales. And they've indicated that it will continue, or they will continue to assess the impact of proposed changes and make adjustments where necessary. So the community feedback, and I need to reassure you all, it's not disappearing into a black hole. It's being heard and is helping to shape the review process. It's also important to acknowledge that the current New South Wales government has been working to rebuild a network inherited under significant strain. Since coming to government, more than 1,300 additional weekly bus services being delivered across Sydney. Driver shortages have been significantly reduced and hundreds of new buses have been ordered to improve capacity and reliability. The focus has shifted from privatisation under the former government towards rebuilding services, supporting drivers and delivering better outcomes for passengers. We need to learn from the mistakes of the previous government privatisation experiment, putting price before passengers and replacing a well-performing local operator with a contractor that struggled to deliver basic service standards created many of the challenges that we are facing today in our community. Our residents deserve a bus network that is reliable, efficient, accessible and responsive to local needs. Most importantly, they deserve confidence that their concerns are being listened to and that any changes to the network will generally benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anzalotti. Councillor Jamieson?
Just had a question. And maybe through you to Councillor Marnie. Just is it the state government that's already made these changes without consultation, and they are capable of fixing it or not have doing it in the first place? So there's a point to write it to the minister.
Yes, so I understand that the even though, as Councillor Anzalotti points out, it is a privatised service, it always has been in that area. We never had state transit in the southwest of Sydney, sorry, question again, Councillor Johnson.
Is it the state government that made these changes without consultation, and are they capable? Is it their responsibility to fix it?
Yeah, the state government were responsible for the lack of consultation, basically, and I guess as it works out practically, they should be directing UGO or whoever runs the buses to service the community as it was, before yesterday.
Okay, we have the amendment put by Councillor Anzalotti and seconded by Councillor Hayes. Does anybody else wish to speak for or against the amendment? If not, we will put the amendment to the vote. If it could please, Ms McKinley.
Madam Mayor?
Against.
Councillor Allison? Against. Councillor Anzalotti?
For.
Councillor Arthur?
For.
Councillor Demoski?
Against.
Councillor Gow?
For.
Councillor Hayes?
For.
Councillor Jamieson?
Against.
Councillor Lansbury?
For.
Councillor Liu?
Against.
Councillor Marnie?
Against.
Councillor Mort?
Against.
Councillor Punn?
For.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Wang?
For.
That's 8 votes against and 7 votes for.
I declare the amendment lost, and we will refer back to the original motion as put by Councillor Marnie, seconded by Councillor Allison. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that motion carried. Next, we have NM03326, Safety Audit, Playground and Playground Equipment. Councillor Demoski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Moore.
Madam Mayor, the incident at Penshurst Park Playground where a child suffered a serious injury is a reminder of how important playground safety is for our community. Families rightly expect that local playgrounds are safe, well maintained and regularly inspected. This motion takes a practical approach by calling for a comprehensive safety audit of playgrounds across our LGA, helping to identify and address any risk before further injuries occur. It also ensures that where equipment is found to be unsafe, council can act promptly to close or isolate the playground until repairs are completed. Importantly, the motion supports a clear communication with residents about any closures, the reasons for them, and expected repair timeframes, keeping the community informed. Lastly, this motion is not about assigning a blame. It is about all of us here on the council working together as a team to keep the children safe and maintain the high standards that our community expects from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Domusky. Councillor Mort, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, that I'll reserve my right. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Anzalotti?
Can I just put an amendment up, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So it's just D, just to add to it, where playground equipment is identified through the safety audit as unsafe, damaged or requiring removal, council replaces identified equipment through its normal asset renewal and works program to ensure the continued provision of safe and functional playground facilities across the local government area.
Councillor Domusky, do you accept that amendment?
No, because I think it is within my notice of motion anyway.
You think it's already covered? Okay, well then we'll ask for a second for Councillor Anzalotti's motion. Councillor Hayes, seconding that. Councillor Anzalotti, if you'd like to speak to the amendment.
Yeah, I think going back to the original wording of your motion, and what it is here, I think it is in your B, take immediate action to close, isolate or barricade any playground equipment identified during this as unsafe or posing potential risk to public safety. So there's actually nothing there which says that that equipment, I know you've got it there in C, to be repaired, but anything that is removed, that it is replaced. So my concern is that we're going to start setting precedent for what's happened in Pole Depot Park, where equipment is removed and it's going to take a very, very long time to have it replaced. I would hate to think that parks are going to close down because they are unsafe and they're not replaced. The equipment's not replaced. So that's why I wanted to pop that amendment in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Look, thank you for that.
Councillor Anzalotti.
I appreciate. I just wanted to ask the council directors. I assume that after it has been repaired or deemed to be safe, it will be deemed usable. So that's why I didn't add anything. So what happens, let's say under D, where the does it stay? Does the playground stay unsafe forever, or after it has been fixed or repaired or replaced, it has been again given back to the community for use? Because I'm just asking, just to clarify, and I appreciate Councillor Anzalotti's amendment. It makes a lot of sense, but it's just as I assume that after the equipment has been repaired or deemed safe, it will be given back to the community. It will not forever stay unsafe or in disrepair. So the question is, what happens after the equipment has been deemed unsafe and unusable, and after the equipment has been fixed?
I'll put the question to the director.
The director. Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor.
The general manager, thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. In normal circumstances, that is correct. The equipment is closed down until such time as it can be repaired. I suppose it depends on the availability of spare parts for some of those pieces of equipment. It also depends on the size of the piece of equipment and the budget availability. There is a report in relation to the place-based strategy coming back to the Assets and Infrastructure Committee next month, which will lay out our strategy and management of all our 119 playgrounds in a bit more detail. But I suppose in answer to your question, it is a bit site specific in terms of normal practice is to close it and replace the equipment, but if there's no parts available for the equipment and no budget, there could be removal of equipment, and that would be communicated with on-site signage.
And I guess that's regardless of the amendment or the wording in point D, as the Councillor Anzalotti suggests. Is that right? I mean, I can accept the amendment. I have no problem with that. I just assumed, as we spoke now, that and the amendment makes no difference in this instance anyway.
Okay, so I guess, did you want to make a further comment?
Yeah, sorry, just back to you, Madam Mayor. I guess in some regards, the amendment is problematic in that it's potentially committing council to actions without a budget being allocated.
Thank you.
All right, well, we'll put the amendment to a vote. If we can, please, Ms. McKinley.
Madam Mayor,
Against.
Councillor Allison,
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti,
For.
Councillor Arthur,
For.
Councillor Demoski,
Against.
Councillor Gow,
For.
Councillor Hayes,
For.
Councillor Jamison,
Against.
Councillor Lansbury,
Against.
Councillor Liu,
Against.
Councillor Marnie,
Against.
Councillor Mort,
Against.
Councillor Pan,
For.
Mr Deputy Mayor,
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
9 votes against and 6 votes for.
I declare the amendment lost, and we revert back to the motion put by Councillor Demoski, seconded by Councillor Mort. Any further discussion, councillors? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against. I declare the motion carried. Next, we have NM 03426, Community Safety Partnerships and Engagement. Councillor Liu.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Mort.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Moore, to second my motion. Yes, my motion is very clearly been printed on the paper, but apart from that, I just want to add a few points. Firstly, I think I would like to acknowledge the valuable work undertaken by both council staff and St. George Police Area Command in supporting our community. So that's why the position from this motion is not about duplicating the role of police, nor is it is suggesting that council can solve crime on its own. Rather than that, it is about exploring how we can further strengthen the partnership between council and the police through a more formalized framework, ensuring that the communication, cooperation, and information sharing continue to support positive community safety outcomes. So that's this motion also asks council to investigate relevant state government programs and grants opportunities that may assist us in delivering local community safety initiatives and education programs in the future. So as many councillors we know, even from this speech at the very beginning at the public forum, I recently worked with local business, community organizations, and St. George Police Area Command. That's I think 1 year ago, to host a community safety forum attended by almost 100 residents and business owners. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that there is another safety forum coming in very soon. Thank you for council, the mayor's leadership on that issue as well. So I think these are strong demand, and I'm pretty sure the coming one will have a strong attendance as well, as demonstrate that community members are keen to work collaboratively with council and police to improve awareness, share information, and strengthen community resilience. Community safety is not solely the responsibility of one organization. It's mostly effective when government, police, businesses, community groups, and residents work together. So that's why I move this motion, seek to build on the good work already underway and explore opportunities for stronger partnership and additional resources that can benefit our community. So that's why I commend the motion to council and to your councillors, and thank you, my fellow councillors, for your consideration and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liu. Councillor Mort, do you wish to speak to the motion? No, thank you. Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against? I'll just make mention of the event that Councillor Lewis mentioned about community safety. So a reminder that this Thursday, the 25th of June, is the first Georges River Community Safety Forum. Will be held from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the Civic Theatre, which is right next door to us here at Council. It will be an update on community safety issues and a Q&A session with police and council. And I thank the staff in the community and culture team who've worked very collaboratively with the New South Wales Police Area Command to bring this event to life. On that note, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next, we have NM 03526, Housing Delivery Authority, Councillor Lansbury.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move the motion as it appears on the business paper, and if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Councillor Marnie.
Thank you. Okay, now I've got some notes tonight. I normally sort of just speak off the top of my head, but it's planning, so it's quite complex and there's a lot of figures and stuff like that. But basically, the HDA, which is the Housing Delivery Authority, was established in December 2024 as part of the state government's suite of housing reform to try and kickstart additional housing in the state. As we know, we have a massive shortage of housing to accommodate all the people that live in Australia, let alone in New South Wales. And in New South Wales, we're required to come up with 377,000 new dwellings by 2029. And for Georges River, we have a population of about 163,000, just under 174,000, and we need to come up with about 19,000 extra dwellings. That's a lot. That's an incredible amount, and those stats were taken from, not just from me, they're taken from reputable sites that produce these sorts of things. Now, it's basically, the HDA is a gateway for faster housing development approval. It doesn't approve development itself. There is a bit of a process. I think, unfortunately, it's been quite mysterious to most people, but there is a process that a developer puts in an EOI to the HDA about what they're proposing. The HDA consists of 3 senior bureaucrats who decided at a very high level. My advice is that they don't actually make a site visit before they determine whether to move it on, which to me is quite extraordinary. They possibly just look at it on a map, which kind of bypasses all of the work that local governments have done on their areas, what infrastructure is required and all the rest of it. But they sort of decide whether it should go further. It goes to the minister for a decision on whether it should be declared a state significant development, and if that is agreed to, then it goes back to the department for an assessment. So it pretty much bypasses council entirely. The only opportunity that council and communities have is if it gets to that stage, then it goes out on submission for, I don't know, I stand to be corrected on this, I think it's 14 days or something. I would hope that it's longer than that. But my concern is that we're talking about quite large developments. They've got to be over a value of $60 million in metropolitan areas, I think, and it's $40 million in regional areas, or 30, sorry, in regional New South Wales. We have currently in Georges River on our website, we do have on the development page in the development section, a page dedicated to state significant developments that have had EOIs submitted. To date, I think only one of them is being progressed, and that's that one in Hill Street. The rest of them, we're still waiting, I think, for the minister's approval. When it was really brought home to me, just the impact that these that this particular process of the HDA and SSDs and all of the acronyms, as the Blakehurst Ward councillors were contacted by residents in Torrens Street and Beach Street, Blakehurst, where the section of the lights is just nearly the aged care facility is Torrens Street. And on that corner, there was a development approved for 5 stories through the Land and Environment Court, but an EOI has gone in for 110 dwellings in that location, which would be about 8 stories, sort of boring onto a lot of 2 single-story houses, which it also strikes me as an incredibly strange place for something of that development when, you know, there are buses that go up the highway. I believe they're not that reliable, but it's, you know, it would have to be a couple of kilometres to the nearest train station and at least 1.5 kilometres to get to a shop to buy a carton of milk, because the shops across the road are not those sorts of shops. There's a childcare centre and I think a bottle shop, which is kind of useful, I guess, maybe a dentist, but not sort of grocery stores, which usually would be a prerequisite for that sort of thing. So that was when my interest got really piqued in the process. And I think we need to probably be a little bit more clearer with our residents as to how the process works. So what my motion calls for is asking for a little bit more of an explanation on how the process works. I did want to actually say that the motion is not about opposing housing. We all know that we need more housing. We understand the challenges around affordability and supply. But as the planning landscape changes, we also have a responsibility to ensure our communities understand what these changes mean and what role, if any, the local council still plays. The HDA and the SSD development pathway represent a significant shift in planning decision making. More and more major residential proposals are being assessed and ultimately determined by the state government, not by local councils. The reality is that developments of a scale like this will fundamentally reshape our suburbs, impact local infrastructure and change the character of communities. And they can be processed through a pathway, which council's role is very limited. We can only, as a council, make submissions. Most residents don't realise this. People still contact their local councillors, as we've experienced recently in Blakehurst Ward, expecting us to be the decision makers, because that's traditionally been the role of local government. They expect the elected representatives to have a meaningful say over developments in their own communities. Increasingly, that's not the case. I think that it's just it's an important issue, but can I just reference your Merrill minute from earlier this evening, Madam Mayor, which kind of ties in with the ramping up of development everywhere. We can't be expected to provide the additional density without the supporting infrastructure. So it kind of is a nice segue to that. And because I'm over time, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillors, anyone else wishing to speak on this item? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Next, we have NM 03626, Comprehensive Management, Policy Reform and Phased Replacement of Triadica sebifera, the Chinese tallow tree and other toxic weeds. Councillor Wang.
Can I have a second, please?
Councillor Wang, if I could please first ask you to be clear when you're moving your motion. Are you moving a motion that was published, or you're moving the motion as published with additional wording? If you could please make that clear when you put your motion. Motion.
So as I emailed this morning, the original published one was missing large part of it. So
it won't be an amendment. You'll be moving that as the original motion with the additional wording.
Yes, we have additional
wording. That is your motion. Okay, that you move that as your motion. It's not an amendment because it's the first motion you're moving.
Yes, that's what I submitted in the first place.
So I just wanted to clarify that. If we could please bring the wording up on screen that Councillor Wang has circulated. And that is, I understand what you're moving as your motion now.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Can I
and we'll just wait. They're just going to bring it up on the screen. So this is quite long, councillors, but it has been circulated, so I don't think we need Councillor Wang to read it out.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nikki. Okay, so, oh, no, there's still more, is there? So even though it says C, I think that is the part A, correct? That's the start of the motion. Yeah. So Councillor Wang has moved that as the motion with the additional wording, and I'll call for a seconder. Councillors, if there's no seconder, this motion will lapse. Councillor Hayes, you're going to second that?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first, I would like to thank the staff and the director for working over the weekend to make up what's missed in the original document. Yeah. So when it comes to trees, it's always very sensitive. Especially we have a very ambitious 40% canopy cover, and so I truly believe to achieve that target, so we need to have some systematic management and take all things into considerations, including development, including tree species, and also the modern technology, etc. So this particular problem was brought up by the residents. So I didn't know this tree is toxic, but when I found out, I was quite surprised. And I went on site and talked to the residents, and they told the stories. And so I did lots of research and come up with this comprehensive plan, the 3 parts. First is just to acknowledge the gap. As I said, I didn't know this is poisonous. I assume lots of people didn't know, because even the council's website or document, we never point out. So there's a real risk. And officially, according to the New South Wales Department of Primary Industry, it lists as an invasive weed and poisonous, and the skin contact could cause severe irritation, and the ingestion could lead to vomit and breathing difficulties, as you have heard from one of the speakers. And explicitly, the state government advises anyone treating these plants must wear protective clothes. So that's what the resident complained to me. They didn't know that, and they were dealing with these leaves and everything, and got the irritation. So that's why I think it's a fundamental duty of care for us to manage this risk and raise the public awareness. So that's and this tree is prominent in northern Hunter Valley and the northern coast. And interestingly, in those councils, these trees are listed as invasive weeds and under priority weed list. So anybody see it, the council will remove it. So because it's prominent there. But in George River, as the director pointed out, it only accounts for 0.5%. However, so it's not a LGO-wide problem. However, on some streets, like the Sunset Street, it accounts for 60%. And when I went to the street, it's all over the street. So the risk is real. So that's why for part B, so I was calling for some actions. First, to just raise awareness and do some review of the situation. And again, thanks for the director. So we have got some of the stats and even the distribution of the tree. So that's very good start. And the second, I think the most important is to need to raise awareness, just educate the public about the risk of this tree. And before, as far as I know, there's no poison accident happened, but who knows? And I think it's also a good protection for any of the liability it may arise if anybody got poisoned. And secondly, through the dealing of finally through the dealing of this tree removal process, I think our council also has to enhance our process to better manage its trees. And I can see from directors' comments that's already started to put into place, which is I think it's very good. And the last part, of course, is a long-term plan. So I would like to suggest gradually we transition this type of tree out of our LGA, and based on our experience, also advise the regional biosecurity discussion. For some, the one thing I want to call out is for some street with such a clustered poison tree, so we should give priority for this to be replaced, accelerate the replacement. So we can have some plan. Say, okay, if this tree is causing structure damage, we can replace as priority. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Hayes wishes to speak for the motion.
No, I reserve my right. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? If not, we will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I'm voting against. Against. If we could go around the room, please.
Madam Mayor,
Against.
Councillor Allison,
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti,
Against.
Councillor Arthur,
Against.
Councillor Demoski,
Against.
Councillor Gao,
Against.
Councillor Hayes,
Against.
Councillor Jamison,
Against.
Councillor Lansbury,
Against.
Councillor Liu, Councillor Marnie,
Against.
Councillor Mort,
Against.
Councillor Pan,
Against.
Mr Deputy Mayor,
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
13 votes against and 1 vote for.
I declare the motion lost. We move to NM 03736, illegal dumping issues. Councillor Wang.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, councillors, in 35 minutes we'll be closing the meeting. So just as a reminder.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Nikki, can you please put on the photo? Yes, thank you. If possible. Can I have a second in the meantime? Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Gao, seconding the motion. Councillor Gao, you second him.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Okay. So this, I don't know how to start. This is the basic of what we do. So we talk about the council. What we do. 3 R's: roll, rubbish, and rate. The community pays rate to clean up the rubbish, but this is not happening right now. So if you look at the screen, so this is our public speaker. So he showed me 1 year ago there was illegal dumping at the Vanessa Street, and reported, and the council took a tape on it. However, it was not removed. And then, if you notice the picture, I want to show you. On top of the tape, there's a pile of rubbish, the matrix and the furniture. This is 1 year ago. So, councillors, so this is just give you a little bit of background. This area is near the Beverly Hills Parks and the newly established Bushland Black Forest Reserve. So we all took photos there, but just next to it, so we have this junkyard. And for the past year, I raised half a dozen personal requests to clean up the rubbish, and it's mixed result. Some are removed, more dumped, and so that's that, and it's getting worse and worse. Why? Because rubbish attracts rubbish, broken windows theory. We all know that. So the most recently is really outrageous because it's a container dumped on the road, block the traffic, but still the council couldn't remove it because of course, I understand that there's some legislation time limit, but there's something must have got to be done. So my suggestion is, as the speaker, Mr. Stephen Carlson, suggests, so can we have a spring clean up to clean up that hot spot, and then that's the short term. That will deter the further illegal dumping, and then for the midterm, so we look at the follow up the previous motion to plant some even shrub or grass in those areas, so to deter further dumping. So that's the gist of this motion, and lastly, I found that there's some funding can be applied for illegal dumping from the state. If the council could have a look at that one, that would be great. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Gao, do you wish to speak for the motion?
I reserve my right, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson.
Can I speak against?
Speak against, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm speaking against the motion. If Councillor Wang is genuinely concerned about these issues, I would encourage him to use his connections within the Labor Party to advocate for meaningful reform of the Public Spaces Unattended Property Act. In particular, should be calling on the Minister for Local Government, Ron Honey, to implement practical and effective legislation changes that would enable councils to take appropriate action within a clear and workable legal framework. The Council has already advocated for reform of the Act both directly and through Local Government New South Wales. Councils across the state have consistently raised concerns about the limitations of the current legislation and the difficulties it creates in managing unattended property in public spaces. Despite these representations, no meaningful reforms have been forthcoming from the Minister. If we are serious about addressing this issue, the focus should be on securing legislative change rather than passing motions that do little to resolve the underlying problem. Excuse me. As for the remainder of this motion, it appears to move beyond Council's strategic and policy making role and into the realm of directional operational matters. That's not the role of councillors. As highlighted in the Director's comments, the motion seeks to provide operational direction without due consideration of the practical implications, resource requirements, legal constraints, and potential unintended consequences that may flow on from this implementation. Our role as councillors is to set the strategic direction of the organisation and establish policy objectives. It is then the responsibility of staff to determine the most appropriate operational response within the resources available and the legislative framework in which council operates. For this reason, I'm unable to support the motion in its current form. I do realise that we have an issue that we need to deal with illegal dumping, but it needs to be dealt with through the state government.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Any other councillors wishing to speak for or against Councillor Lansbury?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask Councillor Wang if you might be willing to amend it. The reason is I really like the intent of it, and we had our speaker here tonight, which thank you for sharing your experience on Vanessa Street. And it's obviously an issue that we've got to deal with. And Councillor Wang, it's just there's things in it which even the director's comments say that Part E would be problematic. Would you consider just retaining A, B, C and D and removing parts E, F, G and H for now, and essentially it could get Vanessa Street cleaned up? That's my suggestion.
Yeah, so I will take the wing to clean up.
So, Councillor Wang, you're going to accept the amendment as proposed by Councillor Lansbury, which is to remove items E, F, G and H from the motion. So it will just stand as A, B, C and D.
Just have to keep the major clean up, right? So we can, okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Wang has accepted that amendment as proposed by Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Gao, is the second, did you accept that also?
Yes, I do.
Okay. then that becomes the motion as amended and accepted by Councillor Mansbury, and Councillor Wang has accepted it. Councillors, any further discussion?
Just a question.
Question, yeah.
Just this one-off dedicated waste recovery strike team. Just what are the implications of that we can point D. I think we've left point D on, or we removed it. This
I'll put that question to the director.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, councillors. Look, the implications really are there are a number of investigations going on, and some of them are not necessarily meeting community expectation as represented by the Speaker. The investigations, because they're operational, I'm not sort of able to disclose, but moving container on is quite difficult. Doing the hotspot rubbish pickup is a bit easier, but as has been mentioned, rubbish attracts rubbish, and clearly this is a hotspot. So the direction's absolutely fine. Just be mindful that there are some investigations going on around illegal dumping, which we're trying to find out who is doing the works, so we can pursue that avenue as well. So what we'll do is we'll action items A, B, C, and D, and then provide an update through the council bulletin on how we've gone.
Thank you, Mr. Helm. Councillors, if there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion, which is now on the screen, part A to D. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. We move to NM 03826, traffic concerns, Ferry Avenue, Beverley Park. Councillor Gow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the motion as published in the business papers.
Thank you. We'll call for a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Hayes. Councillor Gow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the third time I've put this motion to the council. It has been slightly edited every time I've taken it back to this council. I am expressing the lived experiences of residents on Ferry Avenue. Yes, indeed, we presented a petition to the council late last year in about November. So far, we've had a VMS board there on a temporary basis. All I'm asking for is for some permanent action and resolution to what we know is a problem on Ferry Avenue and in Beverley Park.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. Councillor Hayes, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, I reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Jamieson?
Can I speak against?
Yep, Councillor Jamieson speaking against.
Yeah, mine's just a bit simple because I guess you had a speaker and they actually don't see the same problem that you have. So I'm very conflicted to support you and I'm unable to because I'm just getting different vibe. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. I'm sorry,
As a right of reply.
Sorry, before you take your right of reply, because that will be the end of the debate, I just have a question which I'd like to put to the director. There was a point raised about the VMS board was put in temporarily, but we've made no permanent solutions. Could you please provide a comment on the impact of the VMS, the visual boards that display the speed at which someone's driving down the street and whether they're recommended for a permanent or temporary basis?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. There is evidence and research that shows that a VMS board does have an impact on the average travelled speed through a street, reducing it somewhere in the vicinity of 5 to 10%. That effect is a time-based effect, so it does start to wane after about 6 to 12 months. So it is common practice to install those VMS boards on a rotating basis.
Thank you. I have a further question. So we have had, as Councillor Gowns mentioned, previous motions on this matter, which was for council to undertake investigations on the space. It does count, and I know that we did display the board for a period of time there. Does council have any plans as part of that previous motion and investigation to put signage in place again in the future as part of the previous motion that's passed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the traffic team undertook an investigation in relation to the previous motion, did make some proposals which was not universally supported by the community. There are further investigations that the team currently and could continue to undertake in that area to determine a measure that might be more widely supported in terms of traffic calming.
Thank you. I would just like to, before you take your right of reply, Councillor Gow, I would just like to thank the speaker who has come in and stayed all night tonight to listen to this debate. The speaker has highlighted that this issue, in their view, as a resident who's lived on Ferry Avenue for 25 plus years, is a non-issue, that it isn't an issue that is, the view is not shared widely by the neighbours in the area. And actually, from what I've heard from residents, it's actually the persistence of this issue is causing some disharmony amongst the neighbours over this persistence to keep bringing this issue forward. And so that is a real shame, because I know that there's a really close-knit community there at Ferry Avenue. And so as council, we make decisions based on data and information that is provided to us. I understand there was recently an accident on Ferry Avenue, but it related to someone who was driving over the limit, not from speed. So I think it's really important that we make our decisions based on the facts and you know, be respectful of the shared views in the community, and there are differing views in the community. So I'll speak against the motion on that basis, and I'll give you your right to reply, Councillor Gow.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry, before you do that, Councillor Gow, through you to the Director. Director, you're just talking about investigations that were being done as a result of the previous motion. They're ongoing, is that right? Yeah, so basically this motion is kind of redundant then, if we've enacted a motion that Councillor Garcia has brought it to the third time. So we really don't need to ask for more investigations if that's still happening. Is that, is my understanding correct? Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, the Director has confirmed that was correct. So Councillor Gow, you right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All this motion seeks to do is put a firm timeline to the investigation and promote transparency up to the residents of Bentley Park and Ferry Avenue. Madam Mayor, I have to keep reiterating this every single time. When a lot of residents come to me, put forward an issue, my job as an elected representative is to go in and fight for them and to try and get actions and outcomes for them. These are all long-standing issues that I believe council has not addressed over many years. To the audience member in the room, respectfully, I have heard you tonight, and on a previous occasion represented by a lawyer last time. I have had conversations with members of the audience members' households. I have to say that their concerns are obviously very genuine, but I have heard completely to the contrary from almost every single resident on Ferry Avenue and surrounds. I've seen dash cam footage, I've seen CCTV footage, cameras of residents, cameras in the households of residents. And at the end of the day, as Councillor Lansbury had said once upon a time, we cannot discount the lived experiences of local residents. And that's what my motion is seeking to do, Councillor Lansbury.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. On that, we will put the motion to the vote. If we could please go around the room.
Madam Mayor?
Against.
Councillor Allison?
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti?
For.
Councillor Arthur?
For.
Councillor Dmowski?
Against.
Councillor Gow?
For.
Councillor Hayes?
For.
Councillor Jamieson?
Against.
Councillor Lansbury?
Against.
Councillor Liu?
Against.
Councillor Marnie?
Against.
Councillor Mort?
Against.
Councillor Pan?
For.
Mr Deputy Mayor?
Against.
Councillor Wang?
For.
That's 9 votes against and 6 votes for.
I declare the motion lost. We move to NM 03926, enhancing support for not-for-profit organisations in council community properties. Councillor Gow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that council support long-standing not-for-profit community service organisations that provide clear and ongoing benefit to the local community, ensure eligible community service organisations are not faced with unreasonable increases in venue hire fees or related charges where this would affect their ability to continue providing services to residents and the community. Allow where legally possible, long-standing not-for-profit community service organisations to be exempt from standard tender, expression of interest or competitive allocation processes for the use of council venues. Establish a fair assessment process for these organisations, taking into account A, the length of service to the local community, B, benefit provided to local residents, C, continuity of essential community services, D, support to vulnerable members of our community, and E, their not-for-profit or charitable status. E, recognises that council venues are community assets and should be managed for community benefit, access and continuity of services rather than for profiteering purposes. F, undertakes a review of the community lease and license policy to consider the provisions for extended tenure arrangements where organisations have made a clear contribution to the establishment or enhancement of a community facility.
Thank you, Councillor Anzalotti. You seconded that motion. So seconded by Councillor Anzalotti. Councillor Gowan, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The motion reads for itself. Right now, there are about 4 community services and community organisations that have long established relationships with council and have used council facilities to provide their services to hundreds and thousands of communities, members of our community. I just think that the process for their assessments should be made fairer and only where legally permissible should their tenure of service, their charitable status, the fact that many of these community organisations have financially contributed to the facilities that they are using, the venues and assets of the community. I just think that this should be taken into account. I know many councillors here, besides Councillor Hayes, Councillor Pun, Councillor Arthur, Councillor Wayne, Councillor Anzalotti had voted against a rate rise to council meetings ago. I believe that rates should be diverted into initiatives like this that support our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. And I understand Councillor Pun, you wish to speak for this motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to underscore, many of you are aware of my support for community centres like Kingsgrove Community Aid. They're all long-standing not-for-profit organisations. This motion recognises that, yes, they can do it tough. Often they are under-resourced. They don't always have the capacity to go through what should be a competitive process, but sometimes they just don't have the resources. And I think that recognises that they are long-standing, they do contribute. Let's give them a fair go and understand the capability of these organisations to advocate for themselves. I commend this motion. It is about recognition of their contribution and ensuring that we protect the continuity of those services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pun. I'm going to speak against this motion. I've proposed alternative wording to Councillor Gow, which he does not wish to accept earlier on. Most of what is covered in this motion is already a factor in council's community lease and licence policy. So this motion will make no difference to that fact at all. I would also, I object to the wording of Councillor Gow's motion where it infers that council runs our community venues for profiteering purposes. I would encourage Councillor Gow to read the quarterly community property report, the most recent one reported to the April Committee and Culture Committee, which actually highlights that council provides an annual rental subsidy of $1.3 million for our community property portfolio, and we only receive a net annual income of $176,000 for the 36 community properties that we must maintain and manage. So the sentiment of your motion is what is already applicable in our community lease and license policy. So on that basis, I support it, but I don't support the wording part C of your motion. you say where legally possible, long-standing not-for-profit community service organisations to be exempt from standard tender, expression of interest or competitive allocation processes for the use of council venues. Well, that sets a really dangerous expectation of our community, because there's nowhere where it's legally possible to do that, because we're obliged under the Local Government Act to go to tender and expressions of interest on community properties. So Part C, it's just setting the wrong expectation and understanding in that community. It's a redundant point. It's not it's never applicable. So I'll be voting against this motion. Is any other councillors wish to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I also support the intent of it, but not wording. I have a real problem with profiteering because, as you've just said, Mayor, there's a massive amount, 1.3 million, I think you said, rental subsidy that goes to a lot of these community centres. I would just like to foreshadow that if this particular motion fails, I would like to foreshadow the amendment that you circulated earlier this evening to all councillors.
Okay. On that basis, does any other councillors wish to speak? We have two speakers for. Now we have speakers against. I'll put the motion as moved by Councillor Gow and seconded by Councillor Anzalotti. If we could go around the room, please. Ms McKinley.
Madam Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Allison.
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Demoski.
Against.
Councillor Gow.
For.
Councillor Hayes.
For.
Councillor Jamison.
Against.
Councillor Lansbury.
Against.
Councillor Liu.
Against.
Councillor Marnie.
Against.
Councillor Mort.
Against.
Councillor Pan.
For.
Mr Deputy Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
It's 9 votes against and 6 votes for.
So I declare the motion is lost, and now we will go to the foreshadowed motion, and hopefully you have the wording that was circulated earlier today. That's moved by Councillor Lansbury. Seconded by Councillor Mort. You want to read it out? The foreshadowed motion, it's up on the screen, has been circulated to all the councillors and staff. So do you wish to speak to it? If not, put straight to the vote. Okay, so we have the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Lansbury, seconded by Councillor Mort. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare that carried. Councillors, next on the business paper, we have the questions with notice, the questions with no notice, and the answers to all of those are published in the business paper. There were no councillor questions on the agenda items, and councillor, there being no other business on the agenda, I will declare the meeting closed at 10:49 p.m. Thank you everyone for your attendance.